make sure you feel free to join in. And while you're at it, sometime through the video, if you're having a good time, make it always makes us look good, right? That's what they say. A little bit of an announcement with Canoehound Adventures. We got a couple new things going on. If you check out my YouTube page, you'll see at the top there we have a new logo for Canoehound's Outdoor Adventure Show. We finally got that all buttoned up, and I'll give you a little sneak peek of it here as a sticker. So that's the new logo for this show itself. For those of you that are worried about the old logo there, which is incorporated into the logo, the old logo is staying. This is just the logo for the show. So that's just to so that you guys can actually differentiate between the two postings that you know, when we have a live event or when we have a posted event of one of my adventures or a trip or a review or something along that lines. The other thing that we just got kicked off today, and feel free to get onto our Facebook page, Canoehound Adventure, or Canoehound's Outdoor Adventure Show is the name of that, and you can actually get yourself on there, like it, and you can follow. And on there, we will also be posting upcoming events and guests, and you know, all kinds of interesting tidbits, things that you might find interesting for the genre that we have here. And to tell you a bit about the show is basically a show that is going to cover all kinds of outdoor activities, not just paddle sport, but you know, everything from bushcrafting and snowshoeing, all the way up to paddling and bungee jumper, whatever. If it has outdoor activities and has interesting content, we will bring that to you on the show. So it's a good reason to subscribe to the show for sure. So we'll introduce our guests here in a few short moments. But just to say that, like I say, we're going to have about 50 minutes of conversation with our guest. Once that's completed, we will then break into the Canoehound swag giveaway. And then for the next hour or so, it depends. Sometimes we go into overtime, but I will open up the panel, and we will have a couple of other guests in here to just general discussion. We can get up to 6 people in. I'd like to try and keep it around 4 just because it's easier to follow. But if we have to have 5 or 6, that's all fine as well. So with that being said, I'm going to break right into it because we have a lot of stuff to talk about with our guest tonight. Tonight's guest is a Canadian canoe enthusiast, media personality, and an award-winning writer of 18 books, with his most recent one being Once Around Algonquin, an epic journey. He also writes columns for Paddling Magazine, Explore Magazine, and Fishing Canada. He's won several film awards and is listed as one of Canada's top 100 modern-day explorers by Canadian Geographical Society. And he was also made the patron paddler for Paddle Canada. Our guest also speaks at and presents at numerous outdoor events, and was most recently a keynote speaker at the Winter Camping Symposium in Minnesota. His whimsical personality and sense of humor has followers always coming back for more. He's got a great website, and let's just bring that up. There we go. It's on the right-hand side there. That's his website, and let's just bring him right into the whole mix here. We have Mr. Kevin Callan, the Happy Camper. How you doing tonight, Kevin?
Hey, how you doing?
Welcome. Thanks for coming on to the show. How about me tripping over my tongue about 50 times there?
I didn't notice whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's all right. So what's new with Kevin these days?
It was good. It was a good day. We had a fresh bit of snow. I teach some students at risk out in the woods. We did animal tracking. We tracked a coyote for quite a while through a graveyard. That was exciting. And a bunch of them got cold because they just wore tennis shoes. It's called
the finest outdoor gear, right?
Well, it's called a learning curve. It was good. Yeah, it was good. And then we did mammal ID, talk about antlers on deer, and came home, got a dinner going for my daughter, and got excited about your show. I'm very excited.
Oh, hey, I've been very excited there. I've been, we met last year at, I think it was the Toronto Outdoor Show. And right from that moment there, I thought, hey, I got to get you on the show here because I've been following you for many years. I've got many of your publications, done a number of like a rather large number actually of your canoe routes that you have documented. And, you know, what you do there is actually a great resource for people like myself and for, I'm sure, many in the chat here for sure.
That's very important, but what's more important is I'm looking at these comments. We have to solve things right away. First of all, people are really wondering what I'm drinking.
And there it is. David Wilson's asking, what whiskey is Kevin drinking tonight?
Okay, so writer's tears I thought would be funny. Okay, but really, what I am going to drink for this interview is one of my favorites, the Balvenie 12-year-old Double Wood. Mm-hmm. And even more important, yes, I have pants on.
Yes. Tina seemed to be very interested in whether you were wearing pants or not.
That had to be one of the most comical Facebook things I've ever done. We got the giggles. I was in a rush. I remembered everything to go to my girlfriend Christine's place in Kingston on the Saturday for the dog, but not for me. And I left my entire baggage at the door, so I had nothing. So we went out for a hike, and then I get sweaty. She goes, "Well, I'll do your laundry." So I'm sitting there. I had something on, but it was a funny photo. It was, yes.
Yeah.
So
that was like one of your last videos I had to watch with one eye. You know which one that was? Speedo Man.
Oh yeah.
I had to look at that picture of you standing behind it.
No, don't even put one eye open. Blindfolded all the way. You have to be in the tent with that man to.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and how often do you two go camping out there?
Quite a bit, actually. In fact, we're going to go soon. Next week, we're going to go on our. Well, we usually go on the end of the trip to get some bass before bass season is closed, and we use the hot tent, but the lake is still open. The lakes are still open here, but it's pretty freaking cold and snowy. Yeah. So, and he needs a break. His father just died. He just came back from England. So he said, I need some time in the wilderness. So I'm going to take him out, whatever we do. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. So for those viewers that don't know much about you, tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your background?
Gosh. Okay. My background in a quick sense, I was born and raised in Milton, Ontario, in Southern Ontario, which is now part of Toronto. But when I was born and raised in Milton, it was a cow town. It was a farm community. And then I went to college in Sault Ste. Marie and became a forest technician and worked in forestry for a couple of years, or more than a couple of years, I guess. But then also went to work in fish and wildlife, worked out as a raptor rehabilitator. I took care of birds at risk, banded birds. I worked for parks. Actually, one of my first parks was actually Brownie Creek Provincial Park. People know that near Oakville, Burlington area. And I worked as a nature interpreter at Crawford Native Village for many years when I was a kid. And so what I was doing, I was working in resource extraction during the week, and on weekends I was working in outdoor education. So I did a flip, and I worked at camps, as an outdoor educator at Etobicoke Outdoor Center for quite a while, Noisy River near Creemore. Guided up in Temagami, and then started writing. I wrote a nature column for many years, syndicated throughout Southern Ontario when I was working in wildlife rehab, called Nature's Way, a little ferret called Frodo. God, my Lord, Dennis, that's a long time ago. Lord. Yeah. A couple weeks from now, I'm going to be 56. I'm trying not to think about it. Thanks for the question. I really appreciate it, Dennis. All and right. Then, I started writing books.
I do this because we love you, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. If I hear Uncle Kevin tonight, I'm going to snap. I tell you, snap. I started writing books, and I just did that. And I started teaching at the college in Lindsay 32 years ago. I started working there, teaching part-time. And you know what? I've done a lot of stuff. I've never had a full-time job in my life. Financially, that's the stupidest move I've ever made, because right now everybody around me is retiring. But then, then again, a lot of them, actually, majority of them are really unhappy, and I'm good.
Yeah. So Brian J here just piped in and said Winter Symposium's coming up, which is in a week and a half in Kitchener. He says he enjoyed your presentation when you did it last year or the year before. It was good fun. And you just finished doing one in Minnesota.
Yeah, that was a really good symposium. So I've been to the one in Alberta, the the frostbite. I was there in February, and then I went to the one in the States and loved the one in Southern Ontario. The other two are more hands-on. They're workshops for 3 or 4 days. That is really incredible. I would love to see that in Ontario. I'd love to see someone take that on. I know Mew Lake, they all gather there for their winter gathering. I think that's phenomenal, but they could expand that to, I mean, I say that because let it happen. But yeah, it would be great for someone to do that. Because when I went to one in the United States, like there was a workshop for 3 days where you made your own snowshoes, you made your own freight toboggan. There was all these hands-on things as opposed to just listening to someone speak. So I think it was really incredible. And to be at a place where there was well over 112 different snow tents, like hot tents, all in one area in a field in the forest. There was hammocking. You could just walk around and just do a tour of all these different tents. That was well worth a visit.
And that's what there was pretty much going on, was a whole tour of them, was there not?
Yeah, the one night there was a big tour. And there was quite a few legends there, winter legends. So it was really neat. Like the people from Snow Trucker, the Four Dog Stove guy, the one guy that actually is doing he's the cold case person that looks for dead bodies that have never been found, and he did a presentation, and he's even the person that's still looking for the Rainbow Falls death back 5 years ago. He's still on that case, and they know the body's there, they just can't find it. It's really interesting to hear him talk about that. And also the one thing he did, he went to look for this dead body in the Boundary Waters, and the guy was still alive after 7 days, and he rescued him. So
no kidding. Wow.
Really, it was a good time. I would go there again. And the frostbite in Alberta, same sort of thing. Really solid community, good bushcraft community, good family community. A lot of families, a lot of kids, a lot of single women just hanging around, just learning and wanting to do something together. So it was really cool.
Very good. Now, in your intro there, I mentioned that award-winning author, and your most recent book out, obviously, Once Around Algonquin. And David Wilson's asking, what book is Kevin working on now?
Oh, I'm always working on a book. I got 2 on the go right now. I took some time to work on a film project that nobody has seen yet because it's just in the pilot stage. But I had this epiphany once. I actually had a really high fever the one night, and I watched Bill Mason's Water Walker. And I said, there's lack of motivation right now in the outdoor world. Outdoor leaders don't want to do anything because of, nobody wants to hurt anybody. They live in a bubble. They're retiring early. We need to motivate people, and we need that Bill Mason time. That Bill Mason motivated us. I mean, we didn't admire Bill Mason. We actually wanted to be in his canoe and be him going down those rivers, right? Mm-hmm. That was the whole thing back in the time. So I went to a filmmaker, Kip Spidell, that I've worked before with on other films like in Quetico and stuff. And I said, can we do something to motivate people? So we created a pilot. We worked on that. It's just in the works right now. So you'll see that soon. And I took a lot of volunteer time to do that because it's something I believe in. But the book I've been working on, there's 2. One is River Journeys. Basically, it's a bunch of river trips I've done, and it's all about that. And the other was actually just an epiphany I had the other day. Was I posted on Facebook once, early morning on the weekend, about paddling debates. It was kind of funny. I just said, hey, what are the paddling debates? And oh my Lord, like hundreds of comments and discussion. And I thought, that'd be a good book.
Yeah. Or what about paddling humor, a paddling joke book or humor book?
I'm a very serious man, Dennis. I don't know what you're saying.
Sure you are, Kevin. Sure you are. Hey, just for the record there, I just said hello, mommy, to somebody. My mom is in the house.
No.
Rogers, yes. If you wouldn't mind giving a little shout out to my mom. How you doing, Mom? I'm sure my dad's around too.
Okay, so Mom and Dad, you know some true stories about Dennis, okay? So no, I don't know any stories.
Not yet. Yeah.
There's a good story about I think you were at the show when that happened, the Toronto show. So my mom, she's 85, 86 now, I guess, Scottish woman that's about 4 feet tall. Very the guilt mom. Like, I never see you. You're never around. I visit her every day. I never see you. And so she arrived at my show in Toronto, and I got to say, I'm not really nervous on stage unless my mom's there. I get really, really nervous when my mom's there. And so she was there, and then so she kind of said some comments, and I went back to sign my books at the booth, and she's there signing my books, Dennis, signing them.
She was signing Kevin's mom.
Thousands of people there lining up, and I said, "Mom, what are you doing?" She goes, "You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me."
The woman behind the man. Eh?
Yeah, well, that was hysterical. Oh my god.
Oh, that is funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Once Around Algonquin.
Oh, that book, yeah. So that took me 5 years to write. I did it when I was 50. I had again an epiphany when I was traveling back from Canoecopia. I was burnt out. Wanted to go to and do an amazing trip, and you know, everybody in February, you guys all get this. In February, you're looking at the maps and you're dreaming, yeah, I can do this, and the meanest link in Algonquin is this historic trip that the Algonquin Outfitters created, and it's connecting all their stores. But really, if you think about it, it also connects all 6 watersheds of Algonquin, and that's really cool. And it's the history of Algonquin. The other problem, or the problem is, it's got 102 portages, 68 kilometers of portaging, 450 kilometers of paddling. And yeah, it's just insane. But I thought it'd be cool because I was turning 50. So why not, right? Don't ever do this trip, Dennis. It's the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. But
after I watched what you went through, I don't think I want to.
No, I would probably, in a heartbeat do it again, but I don't want to. But yeah, so Andy went with me because he was a great pal of mine, a good friend of mine. And so we ended up going on this trip, and tons of stories happened. Like, I could go on and on all night about the book, but I wanted to write the story about it because to me, the whole trip was almost like a Bill Bryson Walk in the Woods mixed in with Bill Mason, Path to Paddle, and Sigurd Olson, The Lowly Land, all mixed in like a salad. And so I wrote that book and then decided to self-publish it, actually, for various reasons. And yeah, and it worked out really well for me. So
excellent. So for those of you that don't know, in the link below in the description, there is a link in there if you are interested in Kevin's book or many of his books, because many of them are listed on Amazon. So if you would you like to go down there, you can click on the link and you can purchase and support a struggling artist.
If I see, look, I'm reading the comments right here. If I see Uncle Kevin one more time, I'm going to snap. You know what? Every time I see Uncle Kevin, I'm going to have a drink.
Yeah. So for those of you in the chat, and I see there's a lot of questions coming in, we will get to them. I guess I could just take the itinerary and do one of those right now, but we might have to get back to that. But if I don't get to posting your question on the screen and having Kevin answer, please do put it in again, just because I do fall behind and there's a lot of people in the chat. So one fella here, the other guy in the canoe is asking there if you're going to Quebec. Have you ever paddled anywhere in Quebec area?
I have. I think Quebec is amazing. I actually wrote one book called Rivers of Ontario and Quebec. So I did some Quebec routes. Yeah, La Vérendrye is an amazing place. Actually, I remember paddling La Vérendrye, Couchichouan River, and people were going there from Montreal to get ready for Ontario's Petawawa River, and I'm thinking, well, this is a better, even by par, a route. The reason why I didn't continue to write about Quebec is I think someone from Quebec should write about it. I think it in due justice, it's like they know their own backyard better than I. So for me to come from Ontario and to write a guidebook on Quebec, I'm just waiting for someone to do it, and I think they should, because the information is really hard to get in Quebec. To me, I find that it's really hard to find. Like, it is there, but it's hard to find. But it's all there. There's so many canoe routes. It can go endless routes that I've gone in Quebec, which is amazing.
Well, a few weeks back, we were discussing with one of my regulars, Jess from Rain Dance Bushcraft.
Yeah,
we were talking about that. Remember about trying to find crownland opportunities? I was on the show that Martin Pine was a guest, and we were trying to figure that out to see if there was some sort of resources in Quebec, like our resources here in Ontario, where we could find crownland camping opportunities.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and actually, there's the guy. Like, just keep pushing him until he writes the book. Yeah.
I think Jess has got a lot on his plate, but I won't speak for him. So if he wants to do it, all the power to him. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here, man. We got a lot of people in the house here, and just trying to get through. If you see any questions yourself on the screen there, Kevin, feel free to jump in as well.
Okay, no, but okay. Uncle Sty. Was that a double drink?
David Wilson once again says, greatly enjoyed once around Algonquin, met Kevin at Canoecopia, actually made an appearance in his video with the guy demonstrating how to size paddles.
Yeah. Hey, David, I remember that. That's fantastic. Yeah.
And that's the one neat thing about you is, like, you know, just like any of us here in the chat, we're all just regular guys, right? And you know, it's pretty cool that you know, you put your fans in there, and you know, heck, I even made an appearance in one of your videos there. The same thing. You asked me why I wanted to be a YouTuber, and I said I haven't got a freaking clue.
We all question that, right?
That's right, exactly. Yeah. So let's see here. We already talked about the book, and what's a typical day in the life of Mr. Callan?
Wow.
Wake up, brush the teeth, comb the hair.
No.
Then what? Okay, throw the hat on.
Yeah. You know, there is no typical day. I'm actually quite proud of that. I've never had, again, I've said I've never had a full-time job. I've always had a job in the outdoors because I want to be outdoors. Never made a lot of money, but I'm rich in spirit, not in the bank, and I know that. But yeah, every single day I have a different job to go to, and there's frustrating days, like especially my age too. I'm going to be 56 soon. Like I said, everybody's retiring, and I'm thinking, I think not that Margaret Atwood actually once, and actually Pierre Burton even said that. And in fact, actually, Red Green even told me, "You'll never retire. You're right. You're a Canadian writer. You know that, Kevin." I went, "Yeah, I get it. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'll always explore, always write about it, always share stuff. But at the same time, it's like, you know, yeah, I got a 15-year-old wanting to go to university soon, and it's like, oh crap, where am I going to get the money for that?" So there's never a dull moment. I mean, today was totally different. I was out in the woods with students. Tomorrow I work on another film down in Toronto. I'm on CBC after that, and then I go and teach another group in Whitby. And then after that, I go with take Ashley out. But then Andy and I are going on our end of the season canoe trip. Believe it or not, we're going on a canoe trip next week. Nice. And I keep telling him, like, he called me last night. I said, "No, there's no way. Everything's frozen." He goes, "Oh, come on, you silly."
So whereabouts are you going? Don't want to know the route, but whereabouts?
I don't know, because Andy always takes me on a trip at the end of the year that I don't know.
This is a surprise trip. Close your eyes, sit in the back, the blindfold on, right?
And we just go, and he says, "Too bad for you." So yeah.
No camera.
Yeah, no, except this one. No, I'm bringing my camera. Like, okay. Well, there are trips we've done with that where he says, "Okay, no camera." Well, yeah, those are good trips actually. But no, well, I don't know. Actually, that's a good question. He's never really talked about this trip. He just sort of gave me the date, and he said, "I'm going to pick you up. Wait for the door, and I'll pick you up." So yeah.
Right. So I have a question here from somebody that I believe a couple of weeks ago called you the Crown Prince of Canadian canoeing, Mr. Martin. And he's asking, what's a bucket list trip that Kevin has yet to do?
I don't do bucket lists, Martin. There's actually, no, I shouldn't say that. Andy had some health issues last year, and then he made a bucket list, even though he won't call it a bucket list, but you know, he did. And the Severn River up in the far north, or the Winnisk River, was on his list, and he said, "We're going in the next year or two. We're doing that." So that's on the list. I don't have the money to do far northern trips like the Mountain River or the Nahanni, or actually, oh gosh, what's the one in Quebec? The Nahanni of the East, the Moisey. I've always wanted to do the Moisey. I just don't have the money for it. So, but those are on the list. But you know, Martin, I got to say, I said it before, but it sounds really lame, but it is whatever trip I'm going on. I like going on places now that I don't know too much. I love going to Scotland. When I went to England this year, Wales and paddled that area. I just don't know anything, and I really enjoy that because I like learning more and more. And so I enjoy that. I can go on about it. I would love to do some trips that I've gone on before. I haven't gone before. I went up to Lake Superior again this year because I hadn't been in a couple of years, and Lake Superior is so mystical. It's just amazing. I'd love to do the Still River again. I think Still River is incredible. It'll kill you. It's brutal. Like Backcountry Angler, he did it, and a bunch of other people, and actually Northern Scavengers, and hats off to them for doing it. But it's an amazing trip. Quetico, I absolutely love. Woodland Caribou Park, and just amazing. I love it. I love it. I could just paddle forever there. Killarney, though, I think is the most scenic place in all of Ontario. Algonquin to me is sort of my backyard. Love and hate it at times, but it's just sort of a great place to go all the time. The Kawarth is it's like literally 20 minutes from my house, so I always go there and love it too. Queen Elizabeth Wildlands, love that. Backpacking more so than canoeing there. And Temagami, I got it up in Temagami. I took youth up in Temagami for many years, so it has a lot of connections there. So I can go on and on about it. So the one place, it's like is where there's no trees. I mean, you go up to the far north of James Bay. History is amazing, wilderness is amazing, but I like trout, I like clear lakes, and I love trees. So,
wow, that's cool. So. In the itinerary, I actually had a question, but we'll let Kelly Camps ask you this question here. What's the worst trip you ever went on?
Well, I've been on winter trips. Well, when I was a forest technician up in actually a town of Swastika near Timmins. It's still called that. I got frostbite in my 2 fingers that I still have a problem with. I got snowblind on a winter trip in Temagami. But really, all the bad trips are human-based. Like I got food poisoning going down the White River in Lake Superior. And I was leading a trip there, and I got all food poisoned with a can of oysters.
All of them.
Yeah, we puked and pooped the whole entire way down, and we got into a storm on Lake Superior. I mean, I could go on about that story, but that was brutal. But I got to say, all of them, well, 99% of them were all human-based errors. Like some pilot didn't come pick us up on the end of some really long trip we're doing for film because he got caught with pornography, like kid porn, and he got fired. So we had to wait 2 days to get another pilot in. We had no food except prunes and sugar. That was a terrible trip. But those are all like really bad misadventures. But majority of the time, really, my misadventures is just traveling the 401, like just driving the highway. Like that's, to me, is a nightmare.
Yeah. That's the hardest part of going on any trip, is the travel to get there. I'd love to do Woodlands Caribou, but the 24-hour drive to get up there.
Yeah, it really
flying and renting your gear up there, I guess, right?
From,
the outfitters. And same goes for any of those trips, right? I know one that's on my bucket list is the Mizunabee River.
That's a great trip.
Right from Mizunabee up to Matisse, and then from Matisse up to Moosonee.
Yeah, the better of that route really is from the town of Missinabee to Matisse. Matisse to James Bay is a nice trip, but it's very lowland. Yeah. The great thing about the Missinabee River is the most free-flowing river in Ontario that's not dammed. I think it's like 560 kilometers in total, more than that, and it's all protected. It's also goes through, I think, 5 or 6 geological zones, so it's all ever changing. The history is phenomenal. Like the history in that river, and it's still a wilderness feel. Like, I did that river the first time solo when I was in my 20s. I think I was 21 years old, and just loved it.
Yep. So we got here. How do you feel about bringing newcomers with you? I love getting people out, but always feel responsible for their lives. This might be a great segue into your work with the youth, the troubled teens, or I don't know if that's politically correct, but.
No, it's not anymore. Actually, we call them students at risk, but my colleagues and I the other day were talking about that. They're not really
my apologies.
No. I mean, it's like, oh no. Don't do it. I told myself not to mention Don Cherry tonight.
Well, I don't want to. Yeah, I was going to say I don't want to be the Don Cherry of YouTube, right?
No. To be. Well, okay. So for the last 32 years, I've been teaching part-time at the college in Lindsay, which is a natural resource college, environmental college. And I've been teaching environmental issues, environmental debate, environmental whatever. And I thought it was only 10 years, but I think it's 12 years now. They had this program called a dual credit. So basically what happens is high school students aren't doing well in high school. So therefore, we teach them to a college credit, and I teach them ecosystem skills, like how to identify fish, twigs, birds, whatever. Or also, oh, my girlfriend Christine just said hello. Hello. Yeah, sorry.
Hi, Christine.
I went off in tangent.
Nice to virtually meet you.
I know. There you go. And so, I ended up that they would get a college credit, and they would get high school and college. So they'd finish high school and get into college. And it was a good program, but my Lord, Dennis, it worked. We had 85 to 95% retention rate, meaning those students that were not doing well in high school were never going to finish and went into post-secondary and got a job. And so yeah, I've been doing that for many years. Some of them, it's become such a popular program that all of them are at risk. I mean, in Whitby, I teach an outdoor leadership program in grade 11s and 12s. They're not at risk. There's normal students that just want something different because they think different, right? But other students, I have bipolar, slightly autistic, drug addiction, whatever, and it works. Some days I pull my hair out, and others, actually, the majority of the days I prefer them than what we call normal students. They're more real, to be quite honest. So,
that's interesting. That's pretty good that you do it there. Is it? Have you ever found yourself in like a? I've heard the story of the one student that you had to chase.
Yeah, Jason. Yeah. Well, yeah.
But have you ever had anything else? Like, have you ever had a situation where you felt endangered or anything like that?
Yeah, I have.
I know it's kind of a weird question, but
it's not a weird question. It's a good question, but because of privacy, we really can't. See, if you ever see me filming students, none of them are at risk. The ones I film are never at risk because I can't film those guys. But I've never personally been in danger, but I've been involved in between knifings and stuff like that. But they have issues, right? So
yeah.
Actually, the weirdest one ever was last year. Actually, not the weirdest one. I could tell you a lot weirder, but I couldn't tell you on here. But yeah, I had one female student say, "Kevin, my phone fell in the outhouse. Can you help me out?" And I went, "No." I'm not getting that out. And I go, what the heck were you doing? Like, how did it get in there? Well, I was taking pictures of myself for the boys, right? And I went, what? That's messed up. I go, what were your parents think? Oh yeah, my mother will kill me for dropping my phone in the toilet. But not really? Like, yeah. So
you could have helped her out. You could have offered her some rubber gloves, right?
I was no way getting that phone out of there. No. But yeah, I mean, I've taught normal students in the woods, and I've taught students at risk. The students at risk don't want to go home, right? They're happier out in the woods. The other ones want to be home 2 seconds because they have addictions to their phones and cocaine and whatever. Yeah. So.
Yeah. What kid doesn't have an addiction with their phone at least, right?
No, I know. Well, the one night too. In my first aid kit now, I bring a pack of cigarettes, which is just wrong, right? But it's not. You have to be with these guys. If you go on a 5-day trip with them and all of a sudden they run out of darts, they'll go nuts, right? So these guys on day 3 at midnight went to go out, try to get out to a road to meet their friends so they can get some cigarettes. And I caught them before they got lost, whatever. But ever since then, I've always, in my first aid kit, bring cigarettes. Yeah.
The first aid kit. Yeah. So we got from Brian J. Brian J's piping in a lot tonight. Thanks, Brian. It's appreciated. Question for Kevin. I know you have discussed canvas packs versus new materials in your videos. What plays into your decision for what to take? Your video with Mr. Ostrom and his wife was a hoot.
Yeah, Bill and Ann, they're amazing on trip. They're tough, man. They're the real deal. I would love to do whiskey chats with the real deal. Bill and Ann, they've been on so many trips in the far north. But yeah, is it canvas packs or other packs? What was the question?
It was canvas packs.
Okay.
Versus new materials.
Yeah. So first of all, Bill Olson's packs are incredible. I would say 100% buy them if you can get them now because he doesn't
own one
anymore. And they're a bombshell. I mean, you can't ruin them. I'm still using the pack I bought in 1994 at the outdoor show in Ottawa, and it probably cost me, thinking back, $300 and plus, almost $400, which is insane, right? But I still use it, and there's nothing wrong with it. So the only thing is, though, is like you can't buy them right anymore. So if I keep hauling it around through the bush and everybody keeps asking me where I get it, well, you can't get it. The other one I've been using lately is the Frost River, which is canvasback. I like them for two reasons. One is they're very durable. Like, you can bang the crap out of it, and nothing's going to happen. Those two packs I've had, I don't know how many years I've been using those. There's nothing wrong with them. And this sounds really silly, but they look really good in film.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anything classic looking or old looking.
Yeah, I just like the looks of them. Right. So I mean, I got a pack basket. Actually, I think it's right behind me because I was packing for today, and that thing is not durable whatsoever, but it looks good, man.
Yeah. We got Camper Christina's in the house now, and a few others. We got TC Bushcraft has just come in. We got True North Anglers just come into the house. Got a lot of great peeps in here tonight for sure. I seen another question here. I can't find it now. Oh, you were talking about.
I can't hear you.
I got a little hasty and hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm still here.
I thought it was an age thing. I just thought I lost it there.
Yeah, no. That was all Dennis here for sure. Okay. So we were talking about the fireside chats, and you just recently had a really good one with Chris Prouse.
Yes, I can say your name proper now. Chris Prouse. Yes. Yeah. Amazing person, amazing filmmaker. Very dedicated to her craft. Amazing family, Julia, and the cutest kid, Cedar. I should never have made fun of the kid's head.
That was funny. No.
Yeah. No, really great. She was one of my fans. I really wanted to meet and chat with. Bunch of inspiration, and I tell you, she was really good. I did my interview, and she was okay. Well, I'm going to interview you. And she threw some questions at me because that's her job. She works in journalism. She works in film, and to see the perfectionism. And also that's why she gets so many good shots on her YouTube. But the big question I had for that night, and you guys all out there would really find it interesting. Why? I mean, she works all day during the week on film, and then she spends all the rest of the time doing YouTube film. Like, why? And she basically said she's totally addicted to filming the outdoors, reconnecting with the outdoors, and getting people out in the outdoors, which is amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what? It's funny. I always enjoy watching these videos where one person does the video, and then you have the other person's take, right? So you had the Whiskey Fireside chat with Chris, and then she turned around, she did her own version of that, and she really put you on the spot with a lot of her questions.
Yeah, I like that though. I mean, because I've done a lot of interviews in my life, and I actually spent a good quality of my time doing interviews. And she knew, because she works in the field, she knew what my canned answers were, right? She knew. Well, I hate to say it, the typical, what's your favorite route, Kevin? Like, what's, all these things. Well, I had that in my head, and it's the truth answer, except I've done that answer before. Well, she threw some, and she actually edited a whole bunch out too, which I'm thankful, because I go on great tangent. You know me, Dennis. It's like she cut it all out, so it was really good. And it was also it was kind of cool just to meet your fans on YouTube, or not fans, sorry, your heroes on YouTube. So to meet those people and find that they're actually really quite normal people that actually just have a motivation and an inspiration to get people out there. There's lots of us out there that's our main purpose, is to get people out there so we can save wilderness. So, yeah, and just have a good laugh. But that whiskey, man, that whiskey was way too strong.
Yeah, you were mentioning that there was like fire, right? Yeah.
Oh, I was slurring my words at the end of it, and I didn't have much.
And where'd you pick that up? Was that just the liquor store acquisition?
It was on sale.
On sale, and now you know why.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. No, you know what? They're really good. I really enjoy their videos as well. Like you say, her content and her editing quality is you never know. Maybe one day I'll be fortunate enough to have them on the show here as guests for sure. That'd be great. Because we're always working on bringing new content and new people for the our viewers for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I think what you're doing is great. You're having all these people. It's like what right now what's happening is this community. We're all chit-chatting. And we all can't get together all the time. We all say we want to, and this is fantastic, but we can't. So now we're all together, and I think this is great.
Yeah. So one of my moderators here, Martin, is just putting up some links. If anybody wants to check out Kevin's YouTube channel or his website for that matter, or his Facebook page, there are links in the description below. And Martin has been kind enough to post Kevin's link to his YouTube channel. Make sure you get on there. Smash that subscribe button, give him a thumbs up, hit the bell, all those neat things that you're supposed to do on YouTube for us creators. So,
I think you guys know more about that than I do. I'm terrible at that. And Mr. Martin, Mr. Martin, I can't believe you caught no big bass in that lake. Like, holy crap, man. That last series was a great series. Check out his site. His amazing series he went on. In the Noganash Island Lake, that whole area, Wolf Lake, I think he camped on. There is bass like as big as Cedar's head.
You're gonna go there, are you?
My God, man! Do I have to go and help you and put the fish on the hook for you to help? Like, is that the only way you're going to catch a good fish?
Well, he was fair. He did catch a couple in that series, didn't he? But yeah, okay. Never tease a man about the size of his fish.
I am.
Right, yeah.
You have no idea. There was a video I did with Tim from Canoe or Equipment. We just did a he filmed it, whatever. And there's a scene where I catch the biggest bass I've ever caught in my life. It's right in front of his campsite.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So Dan Schultz here is asking, are you planning on doing the Quiet Water Symposium in Lansing this year?
Yep, I'm booked for it. I'm doing a few presentations. Love that show. Actually, one of my favorite shows. Except maybe the rabbit show that's right beside it at the time. Last year, it was interesting what happened. So I've always gone to it for the last few years, and I was booked. Went to fly there at 3 a.m. Started throwing up and got a massive flu, and I'm good, and I can't go, and I had to cancel. What was magical about it is I never miss anything. Like, I'm on that sort of genre age, whatever, that I'm not late for work. I don't do it. And so that bugged the crap out of me when that happened. But I simply emailed a bunch of people like Cliff Jenkinson, like a whole bunch of other presenters. And I said, can you cover for me? 100%. Right. So it all happened. It was fine. So, but I will be going this year for sure. I think that's the only show I've ever canceled on.
So you're doing quite a bit of speaking at outdoor shows and events, eh?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah. Starting in February, right until June, and then in the fall. Actually, this Friday is my last show in London for the Nature Federation. Probably just over 40 presentations, about 16,000 people this year.
Right.
So, yeah, I love it. I love being on stage, which is really weird because I was the most shyest kid in the world in high school.
Really? Eh? Yeah. So you 99.9% of people that canoe or do some sort of paddle sport in Canada know Kevin Callan.
Really?
Well, I think so, because anytime I mention your name to anybody that paddles, they know of you, right? How are you received in the U.S.?
Oh, it took a while for that. Going to Canoecopia changed all that. I presented there, and after probably 2 or 3 years of presenting, people got to know me. So I got a good audience there, and then I started speaking in the UK, and I got a good audience there. The open symposium there. Yeah, I don't think too much about that, Dennis, actually, where my audience is and who it is. I just, whatever, I wake up in the morning and say, what do I do today?
Right.
But yeah, I think I have a lot of really solid friends in the United States, and got to know them through the years. And I love going to like Canoecopia is amazing. The only thing about Canoecopia, it's insanely busy, like insane. It's the best show ever to see presentations. I would like to go there just to see presentations, but I can't because I'm presenting. But every hour on the hour for 3 days straight, there's 6 to 8 presentations going on, and there's legends in the field presenting. and there's thousands of people there. So it's an incredible show if you ever want to check that out.
Yeah.
But yeah, so no, got a lot of them, and I don't know. The one thing about the American paddlers is that they know Quetico better than we do. Like I paddle Quetico a lot, I love it, but 95% of the people paddling Quetico are American based, and it was actually them that actually made us protect Quetico. They had the boundary waters, and then Sigurd Olsen organized to meet Eric Morris and the Voyageurs, a canoe group from Ottawa that were all meaty people. He met them on a portage, befriended them, and then they expanded the boundary waters into Canada called Quetico. So yeah, so they know more about that part of that wilderness than we do.
Right. So we're getting into that season now where we're going to be banging our paddles off ice. You might be doing that next week with Andy.
Yeah, I know.
So now we have that transition flipping over where the canoes are going away, the canoeing gear is going away, and the hot tents are coming out.
Oh yeah.
What do you have planned for this winter?
Hopefully a lot, because I don't really start teaching again for contract until mid-February. So I do know I'm going to do some winter workshops again in Halliburton. I did that last year and it was well received, and I like doing workshops, especially it gets me a break from doing, teaching people that you're not sure if they want to learn or not to actually people that want to learn. So I actually enjoy that. And so I'm doing that. I've got Andy and I've got a solid trip. I got a couple of other solid trips going into the Kawartha Highlands. The one cool place I like going winter camping in is Queen Elizabeth Wildlands. There's a whole bunch of small little ponds. And what I liked about those ponds is it's good standing wood. So you're going in through swamps and you got this standing oak. And to cut standing oak and burn that, you got an all-night fire. It's fantastic. So, yeah, I like getting out there. I don't know about you guys, but I really rejoice when it snowed here. I just loved it. Let it happen. Like, everybody's like, oh, winter, blah. If I hear one more weather report saying, oh, blah, 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 like, deal with it. You're Canadian. It's winter. If you don't like it, I don't know what you're like. What the hell? Like,
yeah. Sorry, I was just answering a question here on the chat, but Kelly Camp says, let's talk about fishing. Your favorite lakes, favorite lures, biggest fish you ever caught.
Kelly, I'm not going to tell you my favorite lake. I'm Irish, for heaven's sakes. Why would I do that? Gosh, it all depends what fish. I know a lot of people go to Algonquin and can't catch trout, and they get all upset with me because I keep telling them there's good trout fishing. But I tell you, brook trout are the indicator species. They're very finicky fish, and if you know how to catch them, especially with a fly rod, then it's fantastic. If you don't, I don't know what else to it takes like so much to learn about them. Favorite lures though for trout, EGB lure. And it's a very expensive lure. You can get probably at Canadian Tire or some other place. They're hard to find. The old ones that were made in Europe before a company bought it out probably 15 years ago are better. I know it sounds crazy, but they're better if you can find the old ones at some market, whatever. But they're 100% top notch for brook trout and lake trout, especially in Algonquin or Quetico. A blue Rapella for lake trout, I think is really good. For walleye or bass, I use just a pink jig head with a sticky jig on it, the white jig head. And you just, this time of year too, everybody goes, well, you're bass fishing. That's crazy. The bass aren't hitting. Uncle Kevin looks thirsty. I am thirsty. Thank you very much.
I thought I'd leave that up there until you.
I'm parched. But yeah, what happens now this time of year is the bass. They're along the edges in the summer, but all that vegetation is dying off for fall and winter, and therefore there's no oxygen there. So the fish have to get oxygen somehow. So they go into deep water because deep water is cold water, and cold water holds more oxygen than anything. So those bass will go into the deep water. You got to find them, and once you find them, you jig very slowly for them, and they'll actually take the jig and then move very slowly with it because they're very slow motion at this time of year. And then, yeah, you yank them, you got them. So, yeah. Favorite lakes? I don't know, like the Nipissing River. If you want to catch brook trout, go down the Nipissing River in Algonquin Park. Go down the Tim River. Go do the Upper Petawawa in Algonquin. In Temagami. gosh, Lady Evelyn is okay for trout, but it's better. Diamond Lake and all those are better for walleye. If you want to catch fish, go to Woodland Caribou. You put your toe in the water, you'll catch a fish.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Anything off the beaten path, you should be able to pull something out, right?
Well, it's like that since the beginning of time. My dad basically he introduced me to angling, and he taught me basically if you work for it, you'll catch fish. If you just want them to jump in the boat for you and just drive there, good luck. And that's what makes it more special, right?
Well, Tina's back at it again.
Put your pants back on.
You must have really scarred her with that Facebook picture.
It would be funny if I didn't have pants on right now, but that
remain seated. Please remain in your seats. Oh, geez. Let's see here. Wow, I got stuck here. Oh yeah, a couple weeks ago you had a little mishap and you banged up your ribs.
Oh God, it's embarrassing.
Yeah.
Welcome to be old. Well, I'm not old, but I'm old.
Don't say that, man. I'm like, we're right around the same age here. So, you're making me feel old by saying you're old.
No, it's my father always warned me about that, but then he was wrong too. I mean, my dad was a prize boxer, professional boxer. You believe that? Like, what the hell happened to me? I don't know. And then he worked at a factory, really respected him. He raised our family, working that sort of job. And then he always said, you got to stop this wilderness traveling for your job because it's in your blood. You're going to have problems with arthritis, whatever, and you're going to have these issues. I go, yeah, but I'm not going to stop what I do because of that. And sure enough, those things are happening. Like I had a huge back issue this spring. My back was out for well over a month, and I couldn't even walk at all. And it was supposed to be for a big, huge trip, and I ended up doing the trip, and I was fine. And it all worked out. And then I had vertigo, bipositional vertigo I've had for many years, and then it comes back, and it came back this year. And then sure enough, I was doing fine. And then I was teaching these students, and I was putting prospector tents up with them, hot tents to show them. And I fell over this guy rope and right in front of them all. And I jumped up, and they go, "Are you okay, Kevin?" "Yeah, I'm good. I'm good." No, I wasn't. I cracked my rib. And it was brutal. So you ever do that? Like, I'm good. And then you're getting in the vehicle. I'm going to die.
My dad did that on a trip this year when we went boat camping up in the Northern Lake up by Temagami. And he was actually walking down the hill to my boat, and he lost his footing, and he cracked 3 ribs.
Oh,
and I felt bad. Like, my pops is 73 years old, right? What do you do, right? So let's go, Dad, to get you into the hospital. And he's a stubborn old bugger, and he just said, no.
Well, sometimes stubborn will get you out of the book, actually. But the thing about you can't do anything for a cracked rib. Here's a funny story. Never forget about that seriousness. The last time I cracked and broke a rib, that's why I knew what I'd done. Was a number of years ago when YouTube just started. I did a bunch of YouTube videos with these guys that do some work with Bushcraft Media, and actually Gary the Puppet. That's where that guy comes from. And so the one scene was this guy. We're doing how to deal with a bear. So we rented a bear costume, which we ended up having to buy, which we still have because anyway. So the idea is I dealt with the bear, but it was funny at the end that this guy would jump on me. The bear would jump on me and beat me up. Well, that bear costume weighed on how much. So when he plummeted down on me, he cracked a rib and broke a rib. And I kept telling them that I'm hurt. "Oh, you're faking it, whatever." And we went to the hospital, and I went to the emergency ward, and sure enough, but I knew the nurse. She was a paddler. She was a canoeist. And then when I went to my regular doctor for a checkup afterwards, he starts giggling. And he goes, "It says reason for injury, bear attack."
Oh, geez.
Oh my God! So that nurse, even though that's probably not the proper thing to do, she had put that in the report.
Yeah, geez. Nate Muskoka is asking, the Big East River's in his backyard. What was the worst or favorite part of going upriver on the Venus Link?
The whole friggin' thing. Don't ever friggin' do that. Going downriver is really good. I actually, in fact, I just rewrote the Paddler's Guide to Algonquin book. It'll be out this spring, and I included that route. So you start at Rain Lake and come down that river, and it's a great trip. But it's just water dependent, and I know how to line. I know how to pull. I've taken a couple courses in Eastern Canada. I know how to pull. But you couldn't. You just had to get out and walk for 3 solid days. And that was the problem. And we were in somewhat high water. So if it was a low water, I don't know what you would do. I don't think the First Nations people travel that river in doing that. I can't see them doing that. I would do. They probably did the Petawawa or the Nipissing or the Tim, whatever. But so, but going down it is great. In fact, one of the best trips we'd ever do in that area is to go up the Big East River into oh gosh, what's the park? There's a provincial park there where all the sandbanks are. But anyway, just do about a quarter way up and camp on those sandbanks, and then paddle back down again. It'd be the best weekend you've ever had.
Cool. Now, how long was it? I remember watching the video, and I actually really liked that video because you kept having the locals piping in on it.
Yeah.
But, how long was that journey?
Yeah, we did it in 16 days. What happened was I allocated 3 weeks. The record is 7 days. We were not in a rush. My whole thing about that trip was not to do it as a race. Hats off to the people that do it as a race. I'm not knocking anybody that does it as a race. That's just not me, especially when you turn 50 at the time. My reason for it is to show people to spend quality time in the wilderness, not to race through it. And I got ridiculed a little bit on that when I did it for CBC, but whatever. Too bad for them. So I ended up, Andy only had 16 days of holidays. So I wanted to do a bit longer. I thought maybe 20 days. So I thought, no problem. So on Lake Obiango, we had shuttled his vehicle so that he would leave me and I would finish it on my own. And a whole bunch of things happened on that trip that he said, I don't want to finish on Obiango. I want to finish it with you. So we cheated. We got a shuttle across Obiango. We hitchhiked across Portage Road on near Huntsville. It's not cheating though when you're telling everybody on CBC radio and social media that you're cheating. Like, to me, that's not cheating. It's funny, and that's funny. And so yeah, we made it with him, and I made it together, which I think was more important than actually doing the other. And I can argue it to the end of the day on people like that. I go, really, you think that I should have left my buddy so I can finish this on record time instead of finishing this trip with my buddy? Like, whatever. I don't really care what they do. My personal view is, like, what did you get a badge for the Venus Link? If you get a badge, I don't want the badge then. Like, the badge, right? So I want to finish this trip with my buddy. But what was really funny is we finished it. We come around the corner in Huntsville, and we see hundreds of people at the docks. We're like, oh my Lord, all these people are here to meet us. Well, it wasn't. There was a bathtub race going on. And so we ended up paddling through the bathtub race, and the announcer was really pissed at us for paddling amongst the bathtub race. It was hilarious. It was actually a really cool trip.
Yeah. And wasn't that the trip that Andy was impersonating Carly Rae Jepsen? He
impersonates a lot of people. He
does. Tell us, you know what? I know you don't want to speak for Andy, but tell us a bit about Andy, because he's a cool guy, and it's too bad he couldn't have made it a little appearance on the show tonight.
Yeah, I actually, it's funny. I invited three people. I invited Speedo Man, but he's working. He works in night shifts at the factory in Coburg. I invited Andy, and he's away with his family, and I invited Gary the puppet.
Yeah.
So you never know. But yeah, Andy, basically how I met Andy, I actually love my canoe partners, how I met them. When I don't live downtown Peterborough anymore, but when I did, Andy basically moved in around the corner. I saw him moving his canoes in, so I went and chatted with him. And he was he was originally from Toronto, but he worked up in Nipigon in the far north. That's how he met Bill Ostrom. He was friends with Bill Ostrom. And we started chit-chatting, and then we decided to go on a canoe trip together. I was working on a book on Quetico at the time. So our very first solid trip, I think we did some weekend trips, but the very first solid trip was 28 days in Quetico. And I didn't even know the man. But yeah, we became good friends. He's very, very funny. He's very serious too. He's a very serious, emotional person that actually really strives to help everybody out. To the point that it's like insane. Like he's like the nicest person. So, but he is also a very talented individual out there, very safe. He's a far more talented paddler and camper than I am. But the thing is, I didn't know he was serious at work. So he works at the Ministry of Natural Resources as a manager at species at risk and for things like that. So when I presented that at the ministry, I decided to show some Andy clips, and he was there. I saw him in the background, and these people literally, these three women in front of me fell on the ground laughing, like holding their bellies, laughing. I went, well, Andy is funny, but like I'm not that funny. But I found out he's not like that at work. Like he's a very serious person at work, right? So that was kind of cool. He's also really good friends with Bill Ostrom from Ostrom Packs. He actually does when you see the barrels, that's him. He does that as a side job because he wanted to keep traveling with Andy or so with Bill. When Bill would show his packs and barrel harnesses, Andy would help him. And to keep doing that, he just said, look, I'll create a barrel, and then that means I can join you on the weekends at shows. So that's how that came to be. Yeah.
Turned into a little side business for him, right? Cool.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with Scooterman. Actually, he lived across the road from me, and he just was some guy from England that wanted to go canoeing in Canada. He's hilarious. He's a really, really nice guy. He's very odd. I love him for that. He's got that English humor, the Monty Python humor, but really nice guy. Do anything for you, and just loves fishing though. Like, so a lot of people ask me, why does Andy and Ashley not travel together? Totally different trips. Andy could care less about fishing. He only will catch a fish to eat it. Ashley will fish all day. That's all his focus is. So it's just a different conflict. Like never, when you go on a trip, that's really important to know. It's like, know what people want to go on the trip for and work on that for it. I mean, because if you don't, the trip would be a nightmare.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Right now, Kevin, we're at the time there. We got to give away some swag.
Oh my Lord!
Yeah,
okay.
And we had discussed before while we were in the green room there about what we were going to do, and I thought I would change it up this week, everybody. We're going to see how well people know Kevin Callan.
Oh my Lord! I'm getting some more. I'm going to get another drink. Well,
you go ahead. So essentially, let's hit this switch here. How's that? So what we're going to do this week for our Canoehound swag giveaway, which is going to be a couple of decal packs. These go great on water bottles and such. They'll stick on there nice. I always mention they'll go good on your bumper. They'll also stick really nice to grandma's forehead. I believe somebody in the chat here, Mama Bear, needs to send me a picture of a sticker on her grandmother's forehead. But anyways, one of the decals is actually our new logo for the show here, the Canoehound Outdoor Adventure Show. This logo here is not going anywhere. That's for my regular posts. But tonight, what we're going to do is we're going to see how well you know Kevin Callan. I mentioned earlier that he was the award-winning author of many books. He's written 18 books. And what I want to know is, what was the first book Kevin Callan wrote?
I don't even know myself.
You had to think about that one there, didn't you?
I wonder if my mother is going to tune in. Or my sisters.
Well, with that being said, what was the first book that Kevin Callan wrote? And what we'll do is we'll just keep an eye on the chat, and the first person to get the name of that book in there, we will make sure we get you sent out some Canoehound Adventure decals. And I think I'll even throw in a sew-on patch. I got a few of them kicking around that I need to clear out. So we'll get rid of those as well. This is the part of the show now coming up where we get to invite a few guests up. I'm going to post the link to the stream. And if anybody would like to get in and ask Kevin or myself any questions, I'd say ask Kevin. Please feel free. And we'll swap people in and out throughout the next hour just to make sure everybody gets a chance to meet and greet Kevin. So there's the link. I just asked that the only thing you do is what I do. What do I do now?
Like the first book I wrote, the Bible.
Oh, jeez. You keep an eye on that, Kevin. Somebody gets on it. Way to go, Daniel.
I'm not that old. Oh, brook trout and black flies. No, but there's a good story behind that. Why it's not called that anymore. College country canoe routes. No, it was the second one. Sorry, I'm going off on tangent. Wow. Oh, wait a minute. Someone got it.
What's that?
Wait a minute. Someone also called me Uncle Kev, you son of a. So I haven't read this stuff. I was chatting with you, so now I'm reading this stuff. Keep going there, Dennis. I'm reading these comments.
Okay, yeah, I see somebody I think that's fairly close. But if anybody wants to get in on the chat, please do click on that link. I'll post it again in a second. The only thing I ask is that you turn down the volume or hit the mute button on your YouTube feed and use solely the feed through StreamYard. So if anybody wants to, and there we go. We got somebody come up. What do you think? You think Pine Martin was close?
What? No, Pine Martin was really close, but don't give him a prize. He doesn't deserve it.
Okay, well, he's going to get something anyways.
All right. Yeah, I tell him I'll give him something, taking my fishing spot.
I'll be with you in 1 second, Christina.
It was not the Happy Camper. That was actually my first bestseller. That's why the media calls me the Happy Camper. Oh, well, no, it was not Retired Outside Man. It was not Paddler's Guide to Killarney and the French River, but you're close.
Google search. Isn't that what people are supposed to do? We'll keep watching the stream, and then once we get there, we'll figure things out. But we do have a couple of new people to add into the stream. For those of you that are not familiar, we have Camper Christina in the house. How you doing, Christina? Let's see here.
Hey,
you have to click on your volume on the mute button on StreamYard, and that'll give you volume.
Hello.
There you go.
Hi.
It's just the volume on YouTube needs to be.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
Hi, Dennis.
Awesome. And
Wait
I
a
see
minute,
somebody else lurking in the background. We'll get you in a second, Dave.
I smell like what?
You smell like Tomogamy balsam tree.
Yeah. It's the best smell ever.
Uncle Kevin. How are you doing, Uncle Kevin?
Oh, damn it.
That's 2 drinks.
There you go.
Oh, that's right. There you go.
Glad nobody's calling me out to Dennis.
During the whole interview.
So, Christina, I understand you're a busy lady these days.
I'm always a busy lady. I like it that way.
I hear you. I think you mentioned to me you're building yourself a new hot tent.
I am. It's almost done. I'm hoping to take it on a test run on Saturday if all goes well. I just spent 2 hours at a welding shop getting one little piece made that I needed, and now I can set it up tomorrow and hopefully finish it off.
Excellent. And is it really different from the ones that you've made before?
It's a 10 by 13. A 10 by 14, actually. It's really big.
So you got room for a couple more party animals in there.
Yeah, just because I can't take my friends out, right? There's not enough room in the solo tent. It's just tiny, so.
Yeah, one problem with a bigger tent is you got to carry a heavier tent, right?
Well, yeah, but there's 2 people to carry, right? Instead of just me. So I use my solo on the solo trips, and I'll bring the other one if my friends come. And
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, and the other person I just want to introduce here, Dave from Beastly Ironworks. Dave is the fellow. He's my own personal knife maker. He's a bladesmith.
Wait a minute. Why do we not have our personal knife?
Well, I don't know, because we work in the same industry here at home, and we're actually personal friends too, so that's cool. He's my Andy.
That's the first live chat I saw was when he was the guest, and he was chatting. This is probably about a month ago, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Actually, I've got some of Dave's handiwork here. Just this isn't going to turn into a knife show and tell, but just to show quickly, this is a knife that there we go, that David made for me. Probably around 6-7 months ago. I call it the Bush Beast. It's a heavy knife, but it's a warrior. You can chop down trees with this thing. It's got really cool micarta grips and for scales and all kinds of jimping work in the back, and it's got a really old school patina to it with the scales from the forging. So it's pretty neat stuff. Thank you, David.
That's really nice.
So
it's a good time. There's a lot of fun.
David, where's that the term? What did you say that look on the top? There's a name.
Oh, the forge look, the scale.
Yeah. So is that just for looks? It's just something you do for aesthetics?
Well, yeah, basically, but it all depends on how energetic I'm feeling, because the scale is actually tougher than the steel, believe it or not. So to grind that off, it's a lot of work. So when Dennis said I want an old style looking knife, I was like, Sweet. I get to be the laziest SOB on the face of the planet.
Don't tell people that.
But it does.
Stein North to the panel as well. How you doing,
Hey,
Stein?
there's Uncle
Cut
Stein.
him off. He's not allowed. Shut him down.
He's not allowed?
No,
He hasn't got his harem with him tonight. Christina, this is the part of the show where things turn really fun.
I've seen this. I've seen this gentleman before. I know who he is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi,
Hi,
how are you?
Christina.
Trouble. That's
The
what he
beard is
is.
fake. It's a fake beard.
So Kevin, just to answer, like the scale look on that knife, David actually offered, like, he wanted to give it a nice, smooth, finished off look. And I told him I wanted the scales because it made it look like that knife belonged to my grandfather. It gives it that old patina, right? And that's one of the main things I really love about the knife is it's got that old look. It doesn't look like something that just come out of off a Walmart shelf or something.
Yeah, kind of has a style look to it. Yeah.
There you go.
Hey,
well aged.
Kevin, earlier when someone said that the first book you wrote was the Bible, remember when you interviewed me for some backstory on that book?
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to put that out there, right?
That was, oh my Lord, that was a story about the. Did I tell you that story about what happened at the Winter Symposium? That was the one? Oh my Lord, that's a crazy story. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
No. We want to hear it.
Yeah, others may not have heard it.
It's a good story, actually. When I was at the Winter Symposium in the United States, the one rule they had was that during the campfire each night, there was like 3 nights, maybe 4 nights I was there. It's all blur. There was no talking about religion or politics. And everybody was very, very strict on that, right? It was great. And there was one gentleman that came to the fire. He didn't say much at all every night. He just sat there. And then the last night, someone made some remark about the Bible. It had nothing to do with religion, whatever. But the guy goes, "You're wrong." And he had the Bible memorized. And he started talking about it. And I'm not knocking it at all. I'm very religious person. But everybody is scattered in the forest. They ran away like it was like the Monty Python. Run away! Run away! Yeah, you kind of had to be there for that one, story.
Yeah.
Kevin, does that look right, Kevin?
Yes, but didn't Pine Martin get it right? Not the retired guy.
Well, you said no. He said Martin couldn't have a prize.
Well,
It's okay. Martin's getting one anyways, but retired outside, you're also going to get a prize. I got no problem with that. So what we're going to do?
This is the better one, Dennis.
Okay.
No. They only get the prize if they tell them what I'm holding in my hand on the back cover.
Well, that's getting personal.
Nobody will get that. If they get that, they deserve a prize. So retired outdoors guy, Pine Martin, run upstairs and find that book and look on the back there and see what I'm holding.
But anyways, on that note, I can't keep watching that chat for the right answer.
For a sticker?
So, yeah. So if you for Martin and where are we there? And the fellow I just mentioned, if you want to send me an email at canoehound@gmail.com, give me your full mailing address, and I will gladly send out your swag, and we'll get that out by the end of the week. So just need your name and full mailing address, and we'll get that out to you as soon as possible. Congratulations, and thanks for knowing that Kevin's first book was Algonquin Park, written back in.
No, it was Clarny and Dennis.
What did I say?
Okay, Dennis.
Oh my God!
Male Pine Martin and retired canoe guy, both stickers. They deserve them.
Yeah.
I will mail a book to the person that actually knows what I'm holding.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to watch a chat for that one. Okay, but the book was Killarney Park. But what year was that written?
1989.
1989. There's history, people. There's history.
I was 27 years old. I had my first book published. 27.
Wow.
God.
You remember that, Sty?
Oh, yeah, that's just the baby in his Pampers at 27.
Now I'm 56 years old in my Pampers.
Yeah. Don't worry, you end up back in them anyway, sooner or later.
Oh, my Lord.
And I'm going to post one more time because we got room for one more person here in the chat if somebody else would like to join in. If anybody has a question for Kevin or Christina or Sty or Dave at Beasley, please do pipe in. I'm more than happy to take any questions tonight.
If I can, when you first brought Christina up and you were talking about hot tents, everybody right now, hot tents are the hot topic. It's that time of year. When I had my wilderness camp, I was using an old 6-sided mash tent, old army tent that weighed about 340 pounds, dry, and hauling that thing out in the woods in a Jeep to set it up. And we thought, well, we're gonna modernize, so we invested $1,800 and bought a Cabela's Outfitters tent. I thought, yeah, now it's top notch. I mean, it's not just a hot tent, but you can attach 6 bedroom pods to it, and all that gear together still weighed as much as that old army tent. And when you said, well, if you got 2 people, that was the problem with my base camp, is you needed 6 people and 2 big toboggans, all that stuff in there. But once it was up, I mean, it's headroom every corner of the tent, and I mean, you could sleep 8 people in it, and kitchen area, big table, and toasty warm all winter long. Yeah, they thought I was nuts when I said, my agreement, the contract, I was with a partner on this deal. I said 8 months out of the year I will spend in camp for the clients, but I said I'm not doing winters. The first winter, I never came back. I just stayed out at camp. That hot tent was so darn nice. Why come home? Yep.
Did you see that comment, Christina? Somebody was asking if you actually sell your hot tents that you produce.
Yeah, I've heard that once or twice a week, and no, it's just for me. I'm not a tent maker. I'm just doing it because I want to get out there and not freeze my butt off in the winter. I hate the cold.
I wish I had that type of skill set because it takes a lot of work. Yeah. Do you work from patterns, or are you like?
No, I just you saw the little model I made.
Yep.
So I just did that, and then I just made it bigger.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing. I love that tent. I wish I had that skill too.
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep up here with some of the stuff in the chat.
Can I ask a question? I missed the first part of the chat, but Kevin, are you going to be at the symposium at the other winter camping symposium?
I'm not, because I'm out in the woods.
Oh, it's a good excuse.
Sorry, I'm actually just answering Pine Martin here. I'm mending wounds. He's very upset. I'm making fun of him. Yeah. Actually, Pine Martin, we got a spot here. Show your face, for heaven's sakes. You're a very attractive man. No, I can't go. So I'm going in the woods. Speedo Man, he lost his father, so he wants some time in the woods. So I'm taking him out. So yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Please give him my condolences.
Yeah. So we're doing that. The joke is, we every year this time of year we go on a canoe trip, hot tenting trip for bass fishing, and the lakes aren't frozen yet, so we're good. But man, it's weird.
They're getting close. Last weekend I was at Sunridge, and the ice was pretty thin on there. So
I know, and it's a touchy one too. I'm a very person. I don't want everybody to think that going out this time of year is sensible. But him and I are very sensible. We're not going to do anything stupid. But
no, it's fine.
It's lucky all you YouTubers. We all know that what we show, we have to really think about, right? So, sweet, there he is. Look, Sartori.
Coming to get you, Kevin. Christina, I'll be at the show. Maybe it'll be a good opportunity for us to meet.
Absolutely, I look forward to that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward. This is my first one, so I've never been to the winter camping symposium. Looking forward to it.
You'll love it. It's a fantastic event.
Yeah. Sure. We have Martin from Pine Martin on board here. How you doing there, Martin?
Very well, thanks. Thanks for the invitation. Thank you, Kevin.
Pine Martin, your hair is perfect tonight. Did you do something special?
No, it's actually I'm thinking it's looking pretty unkempt, but
Okay.
we have higher
Let us
standards over here.
dress them today.
Hey, I'll get that VR out for you real quick here, Pine Martin.
Oh, great! Thank you. No pressure. It took me a year.
A year, you
respond to
said.
that. Yeah.
So I figure I got a little bit of time.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
got
if it
some
took
leeway.
you a year to do it.
Yeah, I'm not in any position to to insist that people respond to their video responses when it took me a year to do it. I have 3 more video responses that I owe people. I figured it'll be 2 years by the time I get through to the next one.
No, I'll get this one out in about a week.
Great, thank you.
Hey, Dave, you mind if I pop TC up here for a few minutes?
I'm out, dude. All right, listen, have a good one. We'll catch y'all later.
Stick around.
Hey,
We'll get you back
later,
in.
Dave. Yeah, just hang out in
We'll
the basement.
probably we'll probably see you tomorrow because my center window is naked and I really like the looks of that new decal. So
There you go, man. Oh, yeah. We'll get you all hooked up for sure.
yeah,
For
dude.
sure.
All right, y'all have a
Thanks
good
for
one.
popping in,
Take
my
care.
friend.
Good to see you, Dave.
Dave. Keep up the good work.
And I just wanted to get this young fella up here. There's Tanner from TC Bushcraft. Tanner's somebody, a friend of mine that's been on YouTube for quite a while. It's good to see youth
Hey,
into
Tanner.
bushcraft and canoeing and kayaking and fishing and things of that sort. How you doing, Tanner?
All
Can
right.
you hear me, Tanner?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Well, I think you're muted, Tanner.
Yeah, you need to probably turn on your microphone.
I heard him. He was just really quiet. Now he's off.
Yeah, now he's muted.
There you go. We're sideways.
Is it any
Good.
better now?
There.
Yeah, maybe got to get a little closer to your microphone.
Get right in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have no control over the volume levels on these things. So,
What are you looking at?
so let's see here. Any more questions for our guest of honor tonight?
Well, I have a question.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so Kevin, I think we found somebody that may know what you're holding on the back of your book. Is it that?
Yeah. Oh,
I had a guess. I remember you. There's a picture of you sitting by a red canoe. It's an old photo of you. You're sitting on a shore by a red canoe. And you're holding a paddle, and it's got a turtle on it, like a turtle carving.
yeah. Oh, that's a terrible memory because I know you're wrong, but that was on the very first Cottage Country Canoe Route book. That photo, and that paddle, even though it was too big for me, I was speaking in Killarney one night. And this is when I just did talks here and there, whatever, scattered, whatever. And I was at the provincial park one night, and some elderly man came up to me. The bugs were brutal, and he came up to me and handed me that paddle, and he said, "I like what you do. I made this paddle for you," and it had a Canada Goose actually carved in it. And I have no idea where that paddle is. I don't know where it is. You know, when you move, you think you've got everything. So it drives me at the wall. I don't know where it is. And but that paddle, that's what was in my hand. Yeah, it has a lot of good memories in it. Like so, yeah, I trip it a lot. Yeah, thanks a lot. I'm gonna cry now, Pine Martin.
That's okay. That's okay. You've already emasculated me completely by making fun of my angling abilities or inabilities.
So you do know I've actually had to talk to one of my students today about this, right? So I joke around a lot, and it's my dad was Irish, my mom's Scottish, and my dad was, you know, he grew up in the boxing community. You know, like Martin, if I'm making fun of you, that means I love you to death. And if I don't say anything to you, that means I don't really like you.
Well, you could love me a little less, maybe, and you know.
You can take it. You got to seriously. Next time you go there, I got to take to that. No, you know what? I'm not going to talk about this online here because we'll tell some fishing secrets. But the bass fishing where you were is freaking amazing. It's just there's a certain technique on those lakes because they're fished heavily by the flying fishing lodges.
Yeah.
And so you got to know where they are. So yeah.
Just my apologies to you, Martin and Stein, just being on the bottom row there. The questions are going to cut your faces off a little bit here from time to time. Mama Bear asked Kevin if he ever takes fans out canoeing.
Oh, the fans. Friends, fans.
You have fans. Trust me, you have fans.
No, I know. I'm really weird with that because I don't really think about that, to be quite honest. I'm kind of. I ask my friends actually. That goes right over my head. I don't guide anymore. I used to guide. I don't guide anymore for various reasons. Basically, when my daughter was born, I stopped guiding and went on to other things. So I don't guide. I do workshops and I do volunteer taking people out. So that's all a possibility. I like the winter workshops I'm doing this winter in Halliburton. I basically, you come out for the day. I do that, or Andy and I and my daughter for quite a few years have volunteered to go take people out. I did that for the Canoe Museum this year. I took people out, never gone canoeing before, but I don't guide anymore. So yeah.
Oh. I have a question for you too about the trip that you did this summer, the one through Muskoka, to Aurelia, and you. That was rather. How did you ever come up with that route? Like whatever possessed you to take on something like that? Sleeping in motels and eating in restaurants, camping on a motel bed in a tent. Scaring the crap out of Andy in the bathroom brushing his teeth.
Oh, that was friggin' hilarious.
And putting it to YouTubers on random lakes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was so cool. Like all of a sudden, hey, I know that person. What the hell? And we were like an hour away from finishing the trip.
Yeah.
Christina.
Yeah.
It was like, what happened there was, so, half my living is writing and doing radio and stuff like that. So I get storylines and I get thinking. And I get random things sent to me, and the Ontario Lakes Country tourism guy, which actually I happen to know because he was one of the organizers for the Friends of Killarney, and then he moved his job down there because he had a girlfriend and most likely will get married really soon. So basically, he said, "Kevin, could you write a story for all of our day trips in our region?" And he had 12 of them, and really good website. Like if you want to go paddling in their region and just for the day, and I really recommend that because they have all these routes all mapped, all documented, all photoed, really good tourism region. And I went, yeah, I could do that. And I contacted Explore Magazine because I work for them and I write for them freelance. And they said, yeah, that's a good idea. But then all of a sudden I said, that's really boring. Like, I'm really this high anxiety person. I was like, no, it's boring. I can go up there, stay at a hotel somewhere and do 12-day trips. And I said to Chris, the organizer, and I said, well, could I do them all together as one? He goes, could you? And of course I looked at the maps and I joined the dots. I went, yeah, I could go down the Black River, which is an amazing trip. I can go up the Green River, which is incredible because all of us have driven that highway and seen the Green River and how it glows green. That's an amazing trip. Then I can go across Lake Couchiching and visit the YMCA park because I just love youth and outdoors, and it's one of the oldest parks in the province. And then I can go down the Trent Severn waterway that's really full of boats and stuff like that. But the Trent Severn waterway is now really promoting canoeists to go there. So they've got campsites really cheap. It's $5 a night. They have canoe docks for you, kayak docks made for you. They have washroom facilities. They have water facilities. So they want paddlers now to use that area. I could actually go across the tramway. Like that was the whole thing. I can actually put my canoe in this tramway, go across the landmass in a canoe full of all these fancy yachters. I go, that is hilarious. And then I could go to Georgian Bay, and I thought that would be done by then, but no, Coldwater, which is a really cool town. I can go up the North River, and the North River really is a fantastic day paddle. So we finished it off doing that. And what happened though was I was doing it solo, and I didn't think Andy really didn't want to do that type of trip. I mean, him and I do far north trips, and he's like, yeah, whatever. But I was supposed to do that in June, but my back went out, and I was so frustrated. If anybody that's ever had a low back issue, especially when you're getting a little older, it's so frustrating you can't do anything, right? So what happened was if I did that trip during that time, it would have been a disaster because there was a lot of open water. It was 120 kilometers of paddling in open water. even though it's not wilderness, but I don't know if I would have been doing it. So when I got better, I did it. And then Andy was quite concerned about it. So on day 4 of my solo trip, he joins me. And to film it was hilarious. I mean, here I am at this resort because tourism set it all up. They're like, yeah, we got, because you really can't camp. You can camp, but legally, where do I camp? One night, it was at this resort on Sparrow Lake. So I got there, and Andy shows up. And I went, Andy, it'd be so funny to do a scene that you arrive in my shower. That's funny. And of course, Andy is the greatest person in the world. He goes, yeah, that'd be funny. Okay.
Yeah. That's how much your videos that you shoot, like, are you scripting and setting up shots? Is most of it just candid on the fly, or do you actually set up or script much of your videos? I don't want to give away too many of your secrets.
No, it's a really good question. Most of it's scripted, but the majority of it is on the fly.
Yeah.
So, well, Camp at Christina, when we filmed, right? Like, we kind of had it scripted, and yet, like, I don't know, I would say half of it really wasn't.
I think a lot of it wasn't. We just rolled with stuff. It was good, and it just came out right. So, but we did, we had a plan of things like we wanted to do, and then when they happened, they just kind of fell in. Well,
and also, Camp Christina is amazing at scripting things too. When we basically were told to go up to the Naganash area and promote the Canada Day, you had like the Canada flags, the coffee crisp, you had like all Canada, and the whole thing, right? And
pajamas, yeah.
And I'm not organized like that. I wouldn't have done that. But at the same time, when we got there, I was like, this is freaking hilarious. And then we had bad weather. We got stuck in the bug shelter during a rainstorm. I started catching a whole bunch of bass on your fishing line while you're out peeing in the woods. That was hilarious. Remember that?
I do remember that, actually. You caught 3
on
my fishing rod.
No, Pine Martin, I caught 30.
Got 3 on my fishing rod while I went to the bathroom.
40, I think.
And how big were they, Kevin?
Yeah. Isn't that the weekend I won the fishing derby?
I don't recall. I have no
record. Oh, no, wait, that was a different trip.
I don't know.
So you two have been out tripping. You two have been out tripping together on a few occasions, or just the one?
No, we did 3 or 4 trips. The thing is, the very first trip I did with Camp Christina, the idea was to take her out because you had started a YouTube channel, and Explore Magazine said, here's a single woman that's actually taking people out paddling, and or promoting people to go out paddling, solo by themselves. And so I did whiskey chat with you. So we went out. But the thing is, you said we got a kayak. And I went, yeah, okay, no problem. I'll kayak. But when we did the Canada thing, it had to be the canoe. Like Canada Day, it had to be the canoe.
That was the first trip.
Yeah. So then the third trip, I did kayak with you.
You did?
Yeah.
You did great.
Yes. It was terrible.
So we're trying to shove your canoe pack in the hatch.
Oh God, yeah.
That's a tight fit. That's a tight fit.
Yeah.
I don't think I was ever born to be a kayaker.
Now, Christina, you and I have something in common there. When I first started following you on YouTube, was from a video that you did on the kid stove. Kevin and I were talking about kid stoves earlier. But I seen your little review where you went and you did a little cooking right there. You're sitting on the log and stuff like that, right? And that's when I started following your channel. And now, like the boys at Kid Products there, we've gotten to be pretty good friends. We've done a couple of trips together and stuff like that.
Guys.
They are, yes. They
Hi
are
guys,
great.
if you're watching.
Yeah. Ingo pipes in once in a while. I think he's about, I think he's about the most technologically advanced next to Keith. But yeah, for sure. But no, I enjoy watching your stuff there, and it's funny because when I went up on an Algonquin trip at Rain Lake with Ingo and the boys.
Yeah, I watched the video. It was very good.
That was like the same weekend you went and did your loop.
Yes.
I'm surprised we didn't cross paths up there because you went up Rain. And
I wasn't there the same weekend. I was there the weekend before you, but I posted, I think, the week you went out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was there just before you. When I got attacked by the seagull.
Yeah. The sea.
That was a good day.
Sorry, that was kind of comical watch as a viewer. I'm sure it wasn't very funny for you.
No.
For those of you that are in the chat and you haven't seen that video, go check out Camper Christina. And well, do you know the title of that video?
It's part one of the Algonquin 3-day loop islet.
Yeah.
McCraney, and that was the trip I saw the moose, and I'm filming it, and I'm all like, yeah, and I'm watching it in the screen, and I wasn't running.
Yeah. And that's happened to every one of us that have done
Islet McCraney.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the video.
Because that's a pretty like just that first part and that first portage off of Rain Lake going up there, that big staircase.
It's good times. It's kind of like Temagami.
Yeah. Wow. Yep. So, what do we got here? Daniel Maylott says the kid guys are also awesome. I throw a lot of plugs in for them guys because I really like them. They're good dudes. Oh, Ingo is here too. There we go. He's watching. Anybody else want into the chat by any chance? Here's the link. We got room for one more guest up here. Where the trip that Kevin and Christina did together? Where have you guys been? What routes that were?
Well, that was just north of actually where Pine Martin couldn't catch any fish.
Okay.
Naganosh?
Yeah, it was Naganosh.
So yeah, Naganosh, and so we went in from Nez Narrows, went down into Smoke Lake. It's an amazing place. It is a provincial park, but it's a living legacy park. So it was created in 1999. So it's a non-operating park. So therefore, it's basically Crown land. And where you were, Martin, was Island Lake, and then to the west, which is actually a conservation reserve. So it's not really part of the park. So, but yeah.
It's to the east, actually, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, though you went west of Island Lake, didn't you?
Yes, I went west of Island Lake, but I mean that system is to the east of the Naganosh system.
Yeah,
south.
Yeah. So you went in from Wawagash up to Farm Creek, which I've never seen the levels that you experienced. And I low levels, but the beavers got to get busy on there, or not so busy. I'm not sure, but wow. Yeah. But yeah, we went in from Nez Narrows up the Pickerel. Up the Pickerel into Smoke. And then you got Naganosh, Mud, John. The one thing Tim from Canoe Outdoor Equipment and I did a couple years ago, we reconnected all those. It's an amazing trip. If you actually go from Wawagash or Nez Narrows, you can actually do like a 6 to 8 day trip connecting Smoke, the Magnetawan River, Trout Lake, which is amazing. And Bill Mason filmed a lot in that area when he was doing his family trip. And then up to Wawagash, up into Island. But the only missing link was into Kelsey. You went into that one lake on the portage, which is great. But if you go to Kelsey, that's open. But from Kelsey to Mud or John, it's really silly because it's a long 1,200 meter portage that's marked by rock carrions that's being toppled over by bears, and there's some swamps, and it's not a good area to even portage. So Tim and I have promised each other to go back there really soon and mark it and maintain it.
That's interesting. My wife and I don't know, 14 years ago, went from John Lake, which is part of the Naganosh system, and we wanted to do the portage into Kelsey Lake, which takes you into the Island Lake system.
Mm-hmm.
And we walked that portage and, back and forth a few times because it was a mess. And there were, there was flagging tape all over the place. And as you said, toppled and missing rock cairns and stuff like that. The trail markers and blazes were so far apart between one another that you could easily lose the trail. And because so much of it was bare rock, there wasn't a discernible trail. So we blazed a trail. We flagged it with flagging tape. We took down old flagging tape from everywhere, and we, using a GPS, plotted the straightest course that we could. But that was like 14, 15 years ago. I don't think that there's probably a little remnant of that left. So
there's not much, and it was really confusing, and I didn't really write too much about it because if anybody went on where we were, they'd either love me or they'd really curse me for telling me to go there. But the thing is, that's the missing link. If
Yeah.
that is connected, you can do an entire loop on somewhat crown land, non-operating park for 6 to at least 8 days, and you swear you're in Algonquin Park.
Yeah, and that would be moving every single day. And there's lots of established campsites, and you don't have to make a bush site. It's an amazing place.
Yeah. So I think if Sty, came from the United States into Canada and opened that portage for us, or portage, sorry, then that would be.
I told you already. I correct you, fella. You asked me right in my own stream how I pronounced it, and I told you it was portage. It's not portage. It all depends on where you're from here over in the U.S. I mean, I spent all my growing up years up north Ely, Minnesota, and it's portage. The only ones you heard say portage were the folks from the Twin Cities coming up there to canoe for the first time.
Alex Matthias actually calls it a portage too. So I don't
Really?
know.
What?
Yeah.
He's a Ojibwe, isn't he?
Portage.
Yeah.
And
That
that's
was a great
really
interview, too.
surprising because all the Ojibways here, I worked for 2 Ojibwe tribes for 26 years, and all of them say portage.
Yeah, I
I
was
say
actually really
portage.
surprised.
Or if you live in Niagara Falls, Ontario, there's Portage Road.
Yes.
Yeah, there's
Anyway,
Portage
welcome
Prairie
to the panel here. We got NW Excursions. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Dennis. How are you guys
Good,
doing?
good. Wonderful.
see ya.
Wonderful. And
Yeah,
your name
thanks.
is?
My name's Chris.
Chris, good to meet you.
Hey,
Good to
Chris.
meet you.
Good
Hey,
to
Chris.
meet you, Chris.
Chris.
You guys too.
Somebody had asked a question up above. I believe it was Tom Tesnia asking about what's the best way to train your dog to be a canoe paddler with you. Well, not a paddler, but a passenger.
Paddler,
Anybody
that's
got
a good idea.
any tips on that? I know he's been getting a lot in the chat, but anybody have anything they'd like to say on that?
Well, we trained our dog, who's no longer with us, unfortunately, but our dog was an excellent canoe dog, but he was just awful at first. It was hard to keep him in the boat. He was just terrified of getting in the boat. So at first you have to lift them up and literally put them in the boat. But I mean, obviously you want to go out on calm, quiet days, make the trip short because they're going to get restless in there. They're going to see a mallard or something like that on the water, and they're going to want to just put their paws on the gunnels or worse, go over. And then you've got 20 to 60 pounds, depending on the size of your dog, of unpredictable ballast. So you just have to make sure that there's a comfortable place that they can lie that's not too hot. They're not going to be lying in water in the bottom of the canoe, or if there's any water splashing the canoe or anything like that. So just take like a close cell foam pad or something like that, cut a piece, put it down so they have a soft place to land when they jump in and when they need to jump out. A comfortable place to lie, and keep them out of the sun and make it a short trip at first. And eventually what will happen is the dog will, at the very sight of you car topping your canoe, will get really excited because they love it. You're taking them to a fantastic new place, new sights, new smells, and places where they can run around off leash usually. So I mean, dogs seem to take to it very easily because dogs want to be with the pack and you're the pack. So you just have to do it, but make it short, right? Because you don't want them peeing in the boat and stuff like that. And I would wait until they're not puppies anymore, though. I would wait until they're not young puppies.
Your dog peed in your boat?
It hasn't happened to me, but I've heard stories of people who've taken their pups that were really way too young. I mean, if you can't take your dog on a decent leashed walk, don't bring him in your canoe. I think it's probably a mistake. You're probably going to have more difficulties and maybe a bad experience, and then the dog will never want to get in the boat. So.
Okay, Pine Martin, have you ever peed in your boat?
I have stood in my boat and peed outside the boat. Never peed in the boat. No.
Oh, there's a balancing
you know where it happened. It happened on Farm Creek, actually. Had to go real bad, and it was nothing but sphagnum moss and sawgrass everywhere. No place to step out.
There's no land on that.
Yeah, I had to pee real bad, so I just said, "Honey, keep the boat stable. Do a brace," and I just stood up and peed over the gunnel.
Oh, you have a
bail bucket?
Baler?
I do, but
You've never peed in your baler.
No, I didn't want a pissy baler. No, so it was just easier to stand up.
What kind of man are you, for God's sake? You've never peed in a baler?
No, never. I mean,
So,
maybe
sorry,
only 2 or 3 times in my life that I've had to go.
Don't let him pick on you again, Martin. I haven't peed
Yeah,
in either.
yeah.
So.
Stop bullying me. Stop bullying me.
Never, Chrissy, you've never peed in a baler before?
No.
That's what. That's one of the.
Have you peed in a baler before?
Hey, Kevin, that's one of the only advantages to a sit-on kayak is they got scupper holes in them. Just pee on the floor and paddle for a while. It's all gone.
No.
To each his own, right?
No,
Yeah.
you peed in your boat?
You know, Sty, that gives
There's
new
holes
meaning
in
to
the
hot
floor.
seat, eh?
There's holes in the floor. And if you paddle fast enough, it flushes.
No.
I've used a pee bottle when camping. In fact, I always use a pee bottle when camping in a tent or in a hammock.
God, no, I got it. Okay, so Andy on the Minas Link trip, so he, he's getting older and he pees every 20 minutes, for heaven's sakes. So the bugs are really bad and we're on day 3 of day 16, whatever. And like he's going outside, the mosquitoes are really brutal. I go, look, seriously, buddy, like you can't do this. I got to find you a pee bottle. So the next day on the portage, I find this random Nalgene bottle, like random. So I said, here's your pee bottle. So in the night, and it's kind of odd because you're half asleep and you wake up and someone's peeing in a bottle over your head. You're like, this is kind of weird. But so we did that, and then at the end of the trip, he hides this pee bottle in my backyard. So randomly, a few days later, I find this pee bottle. So I find it, and then my daughter and I giggle. So we go to his property and we hide it. That's been going on like for 5 years now. The same pee bottle.
Is it full or empty?
It's just wrong.
Is it empty?
No.
Tell me it's empty.
No, it's urine from 5 years ago. So it's probably fermented. We could probably drink it. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
You first.
Kevin. Here's a nice little compliment there on in the chat there for you, Kevin. I'll let you read it so I don't trip over it. But very nice little comment from Brooke.
Wow, thanks a lot. Wow, I'm glad you're hooked. It's and actually once you get out there, you are hooked for sure, right? I mean, we all know that it's hard to convince people to go out. You go up to a stranger that's never gone camping before or winter camping, right? And say, hey, here's an idea. Let's go up to Temagami in the Solace Lake area and get eaten by mosquitoes, get lost in the wilderness. This sounds like a lot of fun. And they're all looking at you like, you're freaking nuts. But if you take them and they go on the trip with you, they're hooked. They really are hooked. Like I don't think I've ever had anybody that's gone on a trip with me, guiding or taking youth out, whatever, that has gone from 5 or 6 days and not hooked. And they'll go back and take someone else, and that's the cure. Get them hooked, and they'll take someone else out, and then on and on and on. And that's why this whole forum is really cool to get people going out, right? Wait a minute, where'd the guy go? The new guy, he's gone.
I don't know. I'm sorry, NW. There, if you want to pop back in there, maybe.
No, it's what Pine Martin said. He got him upset. Pine Martin said something. He's gone. Like really?
He was afraid somebody's going to pee in his canoe.
Yeah.
Like, get my canoe out of here before somebody has to go.
He thinks this whole peeing thing is a show on its own. Maybe we'll get a show going on there about the old theory of how to shit in the woods, right?
Yeah,
I think it's something Kevin said that pissed him off.
Oh,
here we go. PG-13 just went to.
I told this story 10,000 times over, but it's probably one of the best. I'll do it really quickly. So I remember asking one of my film producer friends, and I said, why am I the guy in the media? Why did I get chosen to be on TV, radio, whatever, blah, blah. I know people more talented. And I really thought this guy would say good things about me. Like, oh, you're really attractive, Kevin. No. So he said, you're an idiot. I went, what? He goes, no, seriously, we have to just follow you around with a camera and something bad will happen to you. We know that. And he goes, remember the first time you were on TV? I went, son of a, and the quick version of this, really, it's true. My first show across Canada, live across Canada, I had 2 books out. I think it was College Country Canoe Routes, and books are boring, so I had all these camp gadgets on the table. The male host comes out. And he goes, before we go live, he goes, this camping is really
There
fun.
he is.
Let's get this
Welcome
over
back.
with. I was like,
Yeah, my signal was chopping out
Oh,
or cutting out, whatever.
yeah, that happens.
are you all right now? You okay? Because I'm just talking about really important things about peeing and urination and
Yeah, you haven't missed much while you're gone.
okay.
Kevin, we have a guest. We have someone who's taking a stab at your quiz question about what you're holding in your hand on the back cover photo of your Killarney book.
I haven't told my pee story yet. What the hell's going on?
I'm sorry.
All right, no,
You can't stop to breathe. You have to just keep going. Otherwise, they're cutting in.
No, okay. So the end of it all was he picked up this Whiz Easy device, the urinary thing that women pee standing up, and he said, "What's this?" And I said, "It's a whistle. Give it a try." And then that's how I started my career. Okay, that's more important. What? Let me go to his answer. What is? Okay, what?
It's,
on the rear cover, you were in a canoe wearing a yellow jacket, holding a paddle. You were paddling one of the lakes in the park. Mountains are in the background. No, I have something. No, it's in my jacket. There's something in my jacket. No, sorry.
Is it your Canada dinner jacket?
No.
Oh, I love that jacket.
No. There's something inside my jacket. And actually, if you look inside the book, there's a close-up of that object inside my jacket. I went too far.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
I
you
have
a
to
bottle of
qualify
whiskey.
that
Oh,
because
yeah.
earlier you had said, "What am I holding?"
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm actually holding it in my jacket, Sky.
Well, I hold
No,
my.
it is
wallet
not my
in the back
dog.
pocket
Retired
all
outside.
day.
You're close. Retired outside is getting close. It's not my
I think
dog.
all of us thought holding was you had it right there in your hand.
No, you can cuddle things and still have it in your hand.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Sorry,
All right. What the hell?
Anybody
do they
knows
have
what
in
Kevin
there?
had in his coat and he's holding in his hand?
Oh,
Put
wait
it
a
in
minute.
capital
Sorry.
letters on the
Sorry.
screen.
I'm sorry, Sky.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
he had a peanut butter sandwich.
Okay, to help you out, it was the item I'm holding also in my what started my writing career is my Uncle Kev again. Jeez, are you sweet? Oh my god. Okay.
I like that. Has to be a flask.
Yeah. No, a pee bottle.
In my nature call
His
Nature Way, in my nature column in Nature Way when I first started, it was what I was holding.
Pee bottle.
In my nature column
Everybody's got this dumbfounded look on their faces right now.
Yeah.
Really?
Huh?
Yeah.
It shows nobody read my column when I was in my 20s. I'm feeling inadequate. Okay.
So NW excursions.
Happening.
What's your poison?
Oh,
What's my poison?
Yeah. What, NW excursions, Northwest excursions. What does that stand for?
Northern Wilderness Excursions. I like apple cider myself.
Apple cider. Okay.
With spiced rum is very good winter camping.
All this
I
dog
haven't
talk
tried
stuff.
that.
My
Apple
dog going
cider.
crazy here.
I think
At
there's getting
Sobeys
feedback from
in
someone.
town here, they have some like alcoholic apple cider. I like Stella makes a pretty good one.
Stella?
Yeah, Stella. Yeah, like they make beer, but they also have this apple cider. I like it. It's
I
good.
did not know that.
Yeah.
Are you? We should all have a toast, to Uncle Kevin tonight.
Here's Uncle Kev.
Uncle Kevin.
Cheers. I don't have one right now, but
Oh, just a fist pump will do it.
those stores are scavengers. They started something that's not public.
Yay, Alex and Noah.
Oh man.
That's all right. Retired outside has another guess. A bird?
No. Why would I have a bird? Well, that's not true. Actually, I did have a bird on the one photo. It was a red-tailed hawk. You're right. I had a red-tailed hawk on my hand, but that's not. No, it's not a fifth of scotch.
That's
like
a good guess.
With the live
I
beaver.
read that book. No, it's not actually Tito. No.
Oh gosh.
No.
I'm just posting all the guesses up here right now.
No, but I will tell you a beaver story.
As opposed to a dead beaver?
No, Andy and I are in Quetico. We're out on probably day 22 of 28 days. And we're coming around the corner on Quetico Lake. Actually, amazing First Nations paintings on the wall. It was amazing. We come around the corner early morning, and there's a beaver asleep on a rock, like asleep, like snoring. And we're like, oh. And then we come around, and we wake it up and startle it. So it's like, ooh! And it jumps into the lake, but misses and lands in the canoe. And I'm in the bow, and I look behind me, and there's a beaver on the pack behind me, and it looks at me.
Uh-huh.
And I remember Andy saying, "You know what? You can write a story about this, but nobody's ever going to believe it." Yeah.
When you wrote that, I gave Kevin an itinerary for tonight, and I kind of outlined some of the questions I was going to ask him, and he actually wrote back on the itinerary some of his, like a little briefing on some of his answers, and he had that on there, and it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Did I write that on the really?
Yeah, you did. It's like I kind of had this puzzled look on my face, a lot like all the looks on our face about what you were holding in your coat or in your hand. But anyways,
it's actually quite well. It's not normal what I had in my coat, but it's not bad.
It's not
it's
normal.
not a moose antler.
No, I'm not giving the book away until someone finds that out. I'm holding something in my jacket. Here's a hint: Lord of the Rings. Before that,
Is it a ring?
Lord of the Rings. Before that,
Oh, a giant eye.
no.
Crawl.
Nope.
Now Brian J. guessed your doggy, but yeah, we got
I gotta look.
doggy was not correct.
Sorry, I'm missing all these comments. No, it was not the Hobbit, but
The Hobbit.
no, my girlfriend Christine just shot in. I know what it is. Yeah, but you don't have a YouTube channel, so you can't answer. That's
It's
your
not a head or something, is it?
what?
Christine in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Hobbit holding is illegal? What? Is it the White Tower? No, it's not the White Tower.
Wow.
Nope, I'm not.
Nobody got Google. Nobody could Google this.
I don't think. No, you know what? You won't find that in Google.
When I think of Lord of the Rings, I think of like a war kind of movie. It was pretty gruesome. Like the one I saw, anyways. It was pretty awesome.
Well, yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But it was a canoe trip.
Canoe trips were pretty awesome too.
He was on a canoe trip.
I don't know. No, there was a certain animal that I traveled with me when I was young, and I wrote about that animal. You know what? I'm not going to say anymore. You got to figure that out, and you can't find this on Google because this is back probably
Before the internet ever existed.
Yeah, it was. It was when I wrote my first book on a typewriter. My second book was done on a floppy disk. I actually remember doing film when you didn't see what you got until you got back. I remember when Bill Mason died. I remember when Deliverance movie came out, and canoeing in popularity rose by 57%. That's weird. Yeah. And I'm probably as old as Pine Martin.
Wow.
We're the same age. I think we are almost exactly the same age.
But you're looking better. You're looking better. Like you're more trimmed. You're more.
Yeah. I cut my hair now and again.
Seb, you got to tell the story, man. Like you got to tell everybody the story. You were supposed to do a 9-day trip, and then you did 11 days, and you ran out of coffee and booze. Like.
I told that story already. I mean, the first time I did this live stream, I told that story. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The first time I was on this live stream, actually, I told that story. Yeah. So it was on that recent video series that I did, that trip log series to the Island Lake and Barrens Conservation Reserve. We had planned a completely different trip than we ended up doing. We were supposed to cross Island Lake and then enter another lake system to the north It's all Crown land that we'd never explored before, because we've explored the Island Lake system pretty extensively. We had never been in that other section. But the very, very first long portage into that other section would have been too hard for me. I have a back injury, and I thought, this is a bad idea. So we ended up going into another. It was supposed to be a heat wave and beautiful weather, and everything got messed up. So we ended up on this other lake, which was magnificent. We made a really nice site for ourselves there. And instead of days and days and days of beautiful, warm, sunny weather, we had 6 consecutive days of rain. And the last 3 days that we were there, we were windbound. So we ended up staying over an extra 2 days beyond the point that we wanted to stay. And we were really, really worried because near the end, first of all, we ran out of scotch, which is bad enough, but we were also running out of coffee. And I can't function without coffee in the morning.
That's no good.
Yeah, it was not going to be good. So, yeah.
So I just flashed a bunch up there, Kevin. None of them?
Not even close. Like
Not even your G.I. Joe? No?
No, but I went through I had a G.I. Joe. I had more than one. I had a Johnny West. Remember those, Johnny West?
Johnny West.
Yeah, I did Johnny Westall with his Apache horse. Yeah, chuck wagon.
I had that too.
Sty, did you have a Johnny Westall?
I didn't. A couple of my friends did, but I didn't.
Did you have a Barbie?
I had an original first issue G.I. Joe, and I had every G.I. Joe they made after that till they started downsizing them, you know.
Remember when the Planet of Apes came out? We had the Planet of Apes dolls.
Oh yeah. Oh,
We're showing our ages now. Gosh.
heck,
What's a West doll?
I remember.
Johnny Westall, yeah.
I remember when every 5 and 10 store for about 2 years in a row were selling Beetle wigs.
Really?
Yeah. Every kid in town had to have a Beetle wig. And I saved my allowance. I went and bought one because my sister loved the Beatles. You know, they're gods, you know. I put that damn thing on. I come in the house. Oh my gosh, my sister beat the tar out of me.
Like the band, the Beatles.
What was that excursion?
Like the band, the Beatles, like the musicians.
Yeah.
Like their wigs, you mean? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It looked just like their hairstyle.
Similar to John Denver, which is like far better than the Beatles. At Northwest Excursion, if you ever want to like listen to really good music, forget the Beatles. John Denver.
Oh yeah.
It's not fun.
I might have heard it. I think, but
Now you went to see, was that a John Denver tribute or a John Denver, like actually John Denver?
No,
okay.
No, I gotta say, no. I actually got free tickets to go to that John Denver tribute concert because I knew the producer. Really good guy, amazing filmmaker. He filmed that film on What Other Castle. He filmed Talking to Crickets. Amazing guy. And he said, Kevin, you need to go to this. I went, great. And I got to go to the backstage and meet the John Denver tribute guy. Lovely guy. I just got to say, it's not John Denver. It's not John Denver. You're like, hi, how are you? And you can't be like, love you, because it's not John Denver. You can't like, oh my God, I can't believe it. No, because it's not John Denver. So I was like, hi, how are you? And Andy and I got the hell out of there. We just left.
Wow. You know what? Kevin, are you like got a stranglehold on like a goose or a beaver or something?
What?
I'm looking at the back cover of the book.
It's not a trout. It's not a trout.
No, it's not a trout. No, but it could be because I could do that, Pine Martin.
It cut me deep.
Stabs.
Really likes you.
Yeah. Really. Jeez. We're gonna be engaged soon at this rate.
Oh my God, we're already married, man. Okay, so no, it's not a trout. Like really, people can't figure this out. I'm actually, if you look in the inside cover, there's a close up of me with that creature. I said too much. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's in my jacket. If you look at that back, it's in my jacket there.
This is what people are trying to find, this tiny, teeny picture?
Yeah, but there's an inside cover of a close. But that thing is in my sweater.
I can barely see you in the canoe.
My God, I was like 22 years old right there. Jeez. All right.
Very small.
Funny how that whole landscape hasn't changed whatsoever, but we have, eh? I think that's really cool. That whole landscape hasn't changed throughout time, and yet we have. So, I think
and where was that, Kevin?
That's going from Clarion Lake into OSA Lake, just before the portage into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm zoomed right in on that, and I still can't make out what the heck it is. It almost looks like a beaver or something.
Yeah, I had a beaver in my pocket the entire. Why did I do that?
Because he jumped in the boat, and you had to like stop him from flopping around.
Yeah, it was like,
I gotta tell you a beaver story.
it was like cat.
When I worked at the Wildlife Center, we had Henry the beaver, and so we would take. He was injured beaver, and he was there. I would love to write a book about the whole Wildlife Center. But what happened was, so the new people, the new people that would arrive, we wouldn't tell them about Henry. So we would arrive and we'd have tea at lunch, and Henry was in the building, and he was just wandering around, and so my boss would look at me, okay, the new person's here, so go and do it. So I'd go to the bathtub and turn the bathtub on, and beavers instinctively, as soon as they hear running water, they have to dam it, right? And Henry, you have to imagine how funny this is. We were very calm, sitting, having our tea for lunch, and then Henry would walk by us with books and anything possible to dam the water. And he'd throw all these items into the bathtub. And it was funny as hell. But the new people were like, what was just that? I went, well, that's Henry the Beaver. What's he doing? Well, he's damming the bathtub. Have you ever seen that before? Oh, it was hilarious. I love that job.
Wow.
Was he hauling your books in there, Kevin?
No, because they're very important books.
Oh, there's a big stack of these books here. I'm gonna. Yeah, there goes.
Oh, no.
And you wondered where your profits went.
Yeah,
Beaver was damming things up with them.
One day where my profits went, I wrote the book Cottage Country Canoe Routes, and now Kawartha Highlands is now a park where we are, but at that time it wasn't. I moved up here, and that's a long story I won't get into, but basically I wrote about an area that wasn't a park, and there were some locals that weren't too happy about that, and we can go on and on about that, why I'm called a wilderness pornographer or whatever, but I remember being on the portage once, and there was a young couple reading my book, right, the new book, Cottage Country Canoe Routes, and they were going left, but the portage is to the right. And I had the canoe in my head, and I said, yeah, it's to the right, not the left. Are you sure? And I didn't want to say, oh, yeah, I wrote the freaking book, but I didn't. So I went ahead and went past these guys. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. There were some local guys. They're having a fire. They had ATVs, whatever. And they were drinking beers. And I said hello to them. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, great. And then the young couple behind me, they stopped them and said, what are you doing on our friggin' lake? I was like, oh, there's conflict. And they said, we're following Kevin Callan's guidebook. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we'll join the book burning party. Now, I've told a lot of stories, right? Absolute truth. They were burning my books in the fire. They hated me so much, they had bought books and burned them in the fire. And I figured, keep walking, because if they find out who I am, I'm going to be burned as well. But the thing is, I'm looking at the royalty. I go, well, I probably made like $30-40 today. So, but the other thing is, like, it's like, no, it's not your property. You have a lease on this hunt camp. I get it, but it's a provincial park now. Like, that's not my fault. Right. I mean, it has to be a park now.
Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
To be there at that moment when you're walking by a campfire in early morning while people are burning your book. That's funny.
Yeah. That's a story in the making.
Oh,
I would never burn a Kevin Callan book.
Well, if you're really cold, you would.
No, I wouldn't burn his books, but I mean, after this live stream, I may burn Kevin in effigy.
I'm speechless.
That's just how I show my love, Kevin.
I'm speechless. And I never thought that would happen in my life, Pine Martin. I was speechless, but I got nothing to say.
Kevin, I have a serious question for you.
Oh,
right,
go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Sky. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, mine was kind of a serious one too. Just kind of putting us back in perspective. But friends of mine in Ely, Minnesota. Okay, that region is considered the gateway to Boundary Waters, and a lot of paddlers I know up there. Now, this is something they've been talking about for several years, and it's like the rumblings are coming back. A couple of these fellas were telling me that, yeah, it's rearing its ugly head again. It seems like there's people trying to work with our National Forest Service here in the U.S. to require in boundary waters that you cannot guide another individual on a canoe trip within the boundary waters unless you're licensed to guide. So that they want to come up with licensing requirements. And I listen to these guys and some of their arguments for it, and I can kind of see where they're going. It's just that any Tom, Dick, and Harry that owns a bunch of canoes can say, hey, I'll take you on a guided trip in the boundary waters. I'll get your permitting for you and everything. I'll take you out there and we'll paddle all over. Well, what they want to do is they want to license people that have at least a minimum standard requirement to provide guiding and keep these people where they're supposed to be, how to treat the portages, how to treat the lakes, the campsites, so then the guide becomes responsible then for his party. Where right now anybody can go up there and say, hey, I'll guide you through the boundary waters, and they might not even know where the heck they're going. They just got a aerial map they bought at the local corner store, and off they take these people into the wilderness. I was just kind of wondering what you think of. Now you can go on your own, paddle all you want. You can go with a group of people and say, you can follow me wherever I go, but you can't consider yourself a guide, and you can't accept monies for it. You can't say, well, for $500, I'll take 6 of you up here for 5 days. And so the only people that can actually make money off of it and actually act as a guide would be those that have been licensed then by the Park Service. I don't know. What do you think of that, Kevin? People, because I know I've run into them. They're just wandering around out there and they're lost, and then they hire some local guy to kind of show them around where he says he's a professional, but really he doesn't know any better than the people he's showing. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'll throw my 2 cents in. That's a huge topic we should actually have a whole night on, and I'll actually throw it to Pine Martin because I think he's had experience with this as well. But so I've traveled in different places. So basically in the UK, you got England, Wales, Scotland, and Scotland has this free range, so you can go anywhere you want. But they fought for that. And so the idea is if you go to Wales or especially in northern Wales, you basically, if you don't pay the landowner, you're not going. And if you don't fish, you're not going. They hate canoeists, right?
Yeah. So
what I see that's happening here slightly. There's some rivers where they're like, we don't want you here, and we got to stop that. The idea that to me in Canada, you should be able to portage or rapid. Nobody should own that property, and I dealt with that on the Midas Link where I met this landowner that actually owned this property, and she should never, and she doesn't anymore. They actually took that away. It went to court, and now there's a portage there. But it's really scary when that happens. We were very, very. We should celebrate living in Canada where we have this freedom, because you go to other places they don't have it. And even the United States, I don't know if you have that as well as Canada.
We do right now. We do right now. I mean, I can go out here if I wanted to go out here paddling for the whole summer, as long as I'm a mile away from any campsite, I can spend 14 days in any dispersed area I want to camp.
Okay.
There's no regulation as to where I camp, how I camp. You know, there's regulations on fires, if there's fire risk and things like that that are reasonable.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I have free range. I go anywhere I want on National Park Service land, anywhere. I don't have to pay for it. I can go anywhere I want.
Well,
Except for boundary waters, I have to secure a permit because they're only going to allow so many people in at any given time.
Well, you need that. I mean, you need to control the herd. So that's the other side of the coin. Like
That's why I agree with you. This could be a whole night's conversation.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know if that's every state that you have in the United States and whether that's every province in Ontario. But at the same time, it's pretty cool that we can actually travel and stay at a site at least for 20. Was it Martin? Is it 26 or 23 days before we have to move on?
On Crown Lands, I believe it's 21 days.
21 days. Okay.
So it's 14 here.
So I get that. At the same time, what I'm worried about too, it's the double-edged sword. So you basically, I have this in the media a lot, especially at CBC. They'll say, "Okay, Kevin, so people are dying, people are drowning, a lot more people are out paddling, a lot more people are camping, a lot more people are doing YouTube channels. They're like, hey, look at me, I know what I'm doing," and then people are dying. So what's going on? It's like, well, the good thing is a whole much more people are going. There's new Canadians going. There's new young couples going. It's fantastic. But the skill set is not there. And I don't want to be the Uncle Kev and say, well, you need to spend quality time in the wilderness to get that skill set because then I'll become the old guy, right? But I think what's happening now is then the government goes and says, and they'll say this right to my face, then we need to license those paddlers so they actually have
a skill set.
For motor people in Ontario right now, especially, you need to ride an outboard motor, you need a license. Well, maybe that's a cash grab, maybe it's not, maybe it's legit, maybe it's not, but I don't want to reduce the amount of people canoe tripping because of that. Because as soon as you tell all these new people that they need a license, they're not going to go out. They're going to just stay home and watch Netflix, right? So it's a nightmare right now. But then also at the same time, you have people on social media, on YouTube, saying they're specialists and they know what they're doing, where they really don't know what they're doing. And
exactly.
when the Uncle Kev was looking at it, I went, no, you're not doing that canoe over canoe rescue proper whatsoever. And you're saying you're an expert doing it. Like, what the hell? And then I just go and hide in the closet for a while and just calm down or go for a walk in the woods, right? So I don't know the answer for that. I do know that there's a lot of positive about it, but there's also a lot of negative.
My suggestion to these folks that I talk with up there that are they're in the canoe area all the time. I mean, they live there, and I told them if anything, they should create a more coercive or cohesive, not coercive. Hey, come in. No. cohesive organization of those qualified paddlers and provide guiding services through that organization rather than have the government to basically give the government an out to say, well, we don't need to do it. This organization, that they provide qualified guides to the public that wants to go in there, and they could make enough money to offset any involvement in their organization with the public and still offer the exposure, getting people outdoors, and some education to go with it, instead of just a basic I'll take you there and back kind of approach.
Yeah, but that's again, it's a double-edged sword, because if you go to the UK, yes, you can go down a river and fish for salmon if you pay a guide to take you. Or also the worst thing, looking at you as an American, which I totally disagree with, Quetico Provincial Park, which was established by Americans, to be quite honest. Now, on the north end, to go into Nim Lake Access Point, which is a road, you have to pay an outfitter. If you're a non-Canadian, you have to pay an outfitter to be taken down there to do that. If you're Canadian, you can drive there if you want. And when I was working on my guidebook in Quetico, And you know what? The people up there can curse me all they want for me saying this. I wrote that book on my own. I wrote that book on my own money, so screw them. When I went and wrote that book on Paddler's Guide to Quetico and beyond, those people in the north of Canada said, we don't want you to promote the southern access points in the United States. We want all the Americans, because it's 95% of Quetico, to come to the north so they can give tourism
access from up north.
But I said, you're fools. You're telling them that if you're American, well, non-Canadian, but it's based American, to actually go to the north access point, they have to give an outfitter money. But if you're Canadian, you don't have to. And then it's also more money if you're American to go and access the park. And yet it's 95% of the park usage, and they basically helped us create the park. If I'm not a good business person, Cameron Christina, you know I'm not a good business person whatsoever. They basically are fools, right? So I said, you know what? I'm writing this book on my own dollar. Screw you. And the thing is, now they're all like, oh, why is people not going to Quetico anymore? It's like, oh my God, man, because you pissed them off.
Right.
Right.
So,
you know what? I'm starting to sound like Cliff Jacobson.
But you know, you're right on, Kevin. I totally agree. I mean, and all they're doing is building walls and deterrents to keep people from accessing the outdoors. I mean, that there's people that, sure, it's going to cost them a few more bucks. They're just not going to do it. They're just not going to do it.
Well, actually, what they're doing right now, which is really intelligent, they're going to Saskatchewan and Manitoba, because to go to their crown land as American is $5 a night.
Serious.
If you go to Ontario, it's what is it, $10 or $12 a night, Martin?
Algonquin Park is $12.50.
Wait a minute. Oh, see, it's in my jacket. You can see it.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, I don't want to say what it looks like. You're choking there.
No, stop it! Stop it! It's. All right.
Isn't it like a food bag?
No, it's not a food bag. It's a living species.
A loon, a duck?
No, it's not a duck.
A muskrat?
No.
Snake.
Okay.
Is it a beaver?
There
Looks
was
like a bag of money.
an animal that I used in my Nature's column years ago, which I talked about in the beginning, that had to do with Lord of the Rings. And he's in my jacket right there.
Muskrat?
No, what? How would I travel the world for the muskrat?
All I can think of is
So
it's not an eagle.
in other words, we can't see
No,
the
but I
animal.
actually did
We can
travel
only
with
see the jacket.
Otter?
But inside the cover, I'm sure there's actually. My God, I saw that,
Ermine?
by the way.
Wow.
Because all I can see is the jacket. He's balled up inside the jacket, right?
Oh my God, it's a pine marten.
No, that was
A turkey.
You like that one, Martin?
Daniel.
Good one.
You ought to know that was wrong. Get it?
Yeah, Tina, it looks like a garbage bag. It looks like a big bag of money.
Angel of Death. What?
Oh my goodness. This is
I
crazy.
can't tell what it is.
Seal, an otter.
It looks like something like that. Like,
Okay, what part of it was in your jacket? How far down below your hand?
It's to the left of my hand on the top of the paddle. He's in my jacket there. But if you look in the inside cover, I swear to God, I don't have the book here, but I swear to God, there's a picture of him in that.
is it like a mink?
No, it's close though. It's part of the Mastelidae family. Plus family.
It could be a pine marten. Okay, so we've got
it's
a mustelid. It's a mustelid. So okay, it could be a ferret. It could be an ermine. It could be a mink.
What was that? What?
I was thinking,
A ferret?
What?
A ferret?
That's what Martin said.
It's okay. It's Frodo the ferret. I was
A
right.
mongoose?
Frodo!
Yeah,
Mongoose?
I for 7 years I wrote a syndicated column in Southern Ontario called Nature's Way, and it was about me and Frodo the ferret. And he's in the book.
Oh, Kelly's got it. A fisher?
No, it's not.
No, it's a ferret.
it's a ferret.
It's a ferret called Frodo.
Oh,
I remember you telling us about Frodo, but I don't recall you telling us that it was a ferret. So when you said Lord of the Rings right away, I thought Frodo, but Frodo ain't an animal. Well,
in that picture, I don't see a ferret. But anyways, it looked like you're choking something. But then I seen the paddle in your hand, right?
Dennis, Dennis, keep it PG, okay?
It's still PG, man.
Dennis,
Yes.
there's a gentleman, a friend of mine in the live chat, Nate Muskoka. He works as a guide, and I think he might have some interesting things to say on the discussion we were just having about regulation and guiding and that kind of stuff. Would it be okay if we invite him in? I'm happy to drop out and
I
create a
have
spot
to
for
head
him.
out actually, so that's good timing.
You should, okay, that's okay.
Is it something I said? Sorry.
Yes, everything you said.
You're just alienating everyone.
I know I've been talking with you back and forth for a few days there, and I just want to thank you for popping in tonight. Definitely added value to the chat.
Yeah, it was great.
We'll be in touch. I look forward to meeting you at the Winter Camping Symposium.
And you as well. All right, good night, everybody.
Good night,
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Have a good night.
If you haven't checked out Christine's channel, you really should. She makes excellent trip logs.
Can you post her link, Martin?
Yeah, sure. Just give me a moment. I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Bye, guys.
Have a great night. And so on that note there, Nate, if you'd like to join in the chat, here's the link. Just be sure to shut off your YouTube or mute your YouTube feed and just go by the volume on the StreamYard.
Yeah, Kevin, you were talking about the regulations, U.S., Canadian regulations, provincial regulations. And here in the U.S., the nice thing is it doesn't matter what country you come from. You can use the national forests the same as any citizen in the U.S. You use them the same way. Same fees, everything's identical. As long as you've got a visa or that you're supposed to be here. If you're running
in every state,
the woods to get to Canada, they won't let you. But
is that just your state or all the states?
No, that's national lands.
Really? That's good.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
And the thing is what people don't understand is we've got three natural resource type departments. We've got the Bureau of Land Management, which is all Western lands. Then you've got the National Forest Service, which is a nationwide. Then you've got the National Park System. Now, the National Park System is a little different. If it's a national park, like Boundary Waters Canoe area, they can set certain regulations like access permitting, fees for certain camps, and things like that. But in the general Forest Service, in the broad lands that are out there, other than their specific campsites, you can camp on them with no fee. It doesn't matter if you're a U.S. citizen or not. You can camp on them up to 14 days. And then all you have to do is move a minimum of 1 mile away from that campsite, and you can camp another 14 if you wish. Now, I've had people argue with me about it. Now, hold on a minute. I've been through the whole National Forest System campground management program, was trained. In fact, I'm up to host a U.S. National Forest campground for the full season next year. If I wanted, I can have it for 5 months, that campground. So I've been down this road with the Forest Service. This isn't what I've heard from other people or anything. This is right from the Forest Service. And I got 26 years of working with the federal government, so I kind of know when they're lying to me, which is quite often, but I can tell too when they're not. And no, that's the way it is. And that's what I do. I disperse camp all over the place. Paddle lakes that you can only hike into, drag the kayak through the woods and paddle those lakes. And yeah, there's no fees, no restriction. So it's now state by state, they can control how many fish you catch and blah. They can set fishing regulations and things of that sort. But the land usage, they don't regulate. That's federal. That's
Well,
federal
I do know
government.
the one thing that I know that didn't work in Minnesota. I think you could, yeah, you live there. Was you had to have a permit for your canoe, so you had to have a government permit, like a stamp on your canoe, at one point, and the money from that went into development of the canoe routes, protection of the canoe routes and stuff, which is a good idea.
Yeah.
It never worked. I talked to all these American paddlers saying, I am not putting that stinking thing on my canoe. I refuse.
See, in the state of Minnesota, you have to have a state license on a canoe.
Yeah, so they wanted.
But in Wisconsin,
Ontario, and it's
we're
gonna
not
be-
required to license any man-powered watercraft. We're not required to license them whatsoever. I used to take my canoe up to Burnside Lake in Ely and paddle the boundary waters. I'd get a 3-day permit, go into the boundary waters for a few days, and no license on my canoe. And the Minnesota game wardens had a fit. I mean, hey, you got an unlicensed canoe. I go, no, I'm from Wisconsin. Boom, they left me alone because it's, they recognize it's reciprocal. If I'm not required to license it in Wisconsin, they can't make me license it in another state. That's considered in our country unconstitutional to force them to do something that's not a law in their home state.
Well, and it's not. I'm worried about that coming here. That people in Ontario now need a license for their canoe, and they need to be licensed to be paddling a canoe. And I'm not knocking that idea because there are a lot of less skilled people out there. People are dying, but at the same time, you're going to have a lot more people, or a lot less people, paddling. So I don't know. Interesting. So,
license. I wouldn't. I'd pay a license fee for a sticker on my kayak or canoe here in Wisconsin if I knew that money was going to go to that sport. If it was going to help enhance that sport, improved portages, improved parks, accesses, I'd be okay with that. But the problem here is a lot of our natural resource licensing, that money goes into the state's general fund, and they might send all the legislatures to a picnic or something,
Yeah.
So I that's where I start getting touchy with it.
Yeah, me too. Kind of like they aren't going to use the money for what they say they're going to, most likely.
Right. Right.
I think that's the case of most governments. So
Right.
even in Ontario, Canada.
Nate Muskoka, what did you said something there?
Well, I think we'd all be more happy in paying taxes if we knew exactly where all of our tax dollars went, right? So,
Right.
Yeah.
But the other problem with that is like many of us on this panel, which I'm very grateful to have joined. So thank you very much. Like many of us on this panel, we have too many canoes to put stickers on.
Yeah.
So
that's
I
it.
could account for two. I know Martin could account for two. Kevin, 37.
No, I don't have.
Kevin has
I don't have a lot. No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Kevin's canoes should have fleet numbers on them.
No,
Kevin's got a livery.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I counted 8 when you did that promo video for this live stream.
Yeah, but there's other canoes somewhere else.
Yeah, I can remember
The
another
illegitimate canoes.
I can remember another live stream where we were talking about how many canoes he had, and I thought, for crying out loud, he could invade Normandy. I mean,
I'm curious about Nate's thoughts on what we're talking about, regulating guiding and stuff like that, because you do some guiding, as I recall.
I do some informal guiding. I make sure I am up on my first aid. I make sure I'm not out of my total depth of experience by a long shot. I guide in one specific area of the park, and that's an area that I asked Kevin about earlier, which is a portion of the Big East River, which I've paddled, I think, at this point in my life, literally hundreds of times. So in my local market there was a demand for that type of trip, maybe just outside of Algonquin Park, where some visitors have perceived it to be overly busy in peak season. So I essentially filled the void in a very small market, and I was more than happy to do so, but I didn't require a license. I didn't, to tell you the truth, when I did my research, I didn't even require first aid or a corporation. I did.
Is there any regulation on what you have to know, like wilderness first aid, ORCA certification, anything like that?
There is not, unless you do it through a licensed company.
So if you freelance it, it's you can do it.
Who would regulate that?
It's a very gray, hazy area, and technically it doesn't fall under the Ministry of Natural Resources. It would have to fall under the province's purview, even though the MNR is an arm of the province. It's a very gray area, and I did it through Airbnb. Actually, I had an experience set up through their Experiential Adventures, which is a branch of their hosting. And essentially, you have to jump through a lot of hoops to do that, and so they make sure that you at least aren't some type of idiot that is, just basically renting a bunch of canoes and running people down a river on the weekends, and you're driving it from Toronto to do it, and you've never done it before.
See, that's what we're pushing for up here. Is what we'd really like to see is just a registry of guides that the public can access and see what guides are there, the people that call themselves guides. And then if you're not in the registry of guides, then just put out public, a public statement saying if they're not in the registry, they're not trusted guides. It's plain and simple, no fees. Because we have multi-generational guides up here. I mean, their families have been guiding since the area has been settled.
I think the problem you have with that is just like the overarching issues with short-term rentals in an area like we're in on the doorstep of Algonquin Park. Kevin, how's that model coming?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I just was a second.
Gotta move locations. Essentially, I think you run the risk of just creating a gray market area, anyways, where if people want to beat the.
Sorry, there, Nate. You're really breaking up with the transport there. You want to say that again, please?
Well,
Yeah, no, he broke up. I think it's because he's on
a little bit of technical difficulty there.
Yeah, I think he's on his phone and it's not working as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, that's why I had to move up.
I really wanted to hear his response.
He must be on Rogers Telecom Network. Oh, geez, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've had a lot of people piping in about this, this little conversation about different things. I don't know if you've been watching the chat, Kevin and Martin there, but a lot of people have been putting different things in.
What are they saying? Because it's hard for I'm going back and forth with the comments and your chat, whatever. But so, what are they worried about the future, or are they not, or what's going on?
Well, some people are saying, if they're out in the back country, they're just going to worry about their own safety and stuff. There's different views on, whether using a licensed guide. My concern on that, or not even a concern, but my question would be and Nate actually touched on it a bit though, but who would govern this type of thing? And would we want the government piping in and charging us for another fee for something else?
Right.
Or do you leave it up to, say, for instance, a governing body that would say, okay, if you're going to be a guide and you're going to work for said company, that company has to have you trained for doing this type of guiding. Because there's a lot involved, there's so much liability involved. Think about whitewater rafting, for instance.
Well, exactly.
Yeah. What
you get into whitewater rafting. Yeah, you get into whitewater rafting, and there's so much opportunity there for injury.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
You got to sign a waiver form that's like 6.5 kilometers long, right?
Yep.
So it's a whole it's a mixed bag of nuts is what it is.
I rafted on the Colorado River and the Snake River, and I'll tell you what, both of them, it took 20 minutes just to sign all the paperwork to get in that stinking rubber boat.
Wow.
I couldn't believe how much paperwork I had to sign off on, and every one of it, every piece, except for the one piece of paper where it had dollar amounts and had to have my signature to pay them. Well, every other piece had to do with liabilities of the company that was taking us on the trips. People drown on them trips, for crying out loud, and they don't want to be responsible, And I mean, right to the point where on the Snake River, that outfit, we could buy insurance right there from them for the trip. So that you sign a waiver saying that you are properly insured for any physical harm that may come to you, blah, blah, blah. And if you're not, they're offering you trip insurance for that trip down the river if something happens to you. So I bought the trip insurance. I said,
Yeah.
They're offering it. There's a reason. Yeah.
So a good insurance story for you, all of you guys, to realize what's going on. Like, first of all, when I'm teaching various students, whatever, in Ontario, we have different school boards, whatever, but it's going insane. So during Halloween, I couldn't carve pumpkins with my students because of sharp knives.
No.
And they're grade 11 and grade 12. That's embarrassing.
That's embarrassing to the students.
It is. It is.
It really
The
is.
liability thing, right?
It gets worse. So canoe tripping has been canceled in the Durham board. It's a long story because I'm not the high school person. I'm the college person that comes in.
Right.
So basically, when we did stream study, they had to wear life jackets, and the water is like 2 inches deep. And now, no stream studies or pond studies are allowed in the Durham board. And now I go to Woodlot to do twig ID. And this is my job. My job as a college teacher is to go into the high school to do dual credit, to teach them these skills, how to identify conifers, whatever. That's all my job is, even though my job is a lot more than that, but that's all my job is. And then I was told 2 weeks ago, oh, we can't do that woodlot because we have to go past the pond, and the pond they're not allowed near because it's water.
Oh,
and
no.
So I went, okay, well, so I can't teach my program. And they said, yeah, I guess the program will be done. I went, oh, so I get it. That's what you want to do. You want to cancel this program, so you don't want these kids outdoors anymore. Like, it's insane right now. But with insurance, though, is that this year, so I auctioned myself off for charity. So basically, the Canoe Museum auctioned me off at one of their money raising things, and I did that. I don't guide anymore, but I just say yes, I will help to raise money for charity and to go towards the Canoe Museum. So these people won, and so I went to my insurance saying, okay, I have to volunteer to take these people out on a canoe trip, so I need to up my insurance. Again, they're like, well, we don't do that anymore because it's on water activity that's far more dangerous, so we don't cover it. I was like, what? So then I had to contact the clients that won this contest, and I said, so sorry, but I need to cancel because I'm not going to take you on this trip with no insurance because I'm not an idiot. And so they're very upset. And I said, well, what did you bid on me for the volunteer thing? Because I'll just pay you back. And they said, well, we bid $2,000. I was like, what? Are you insane? Why would you bid that? Like, first of all, I don't have $2,000. I can't give you $2,000. And why would you bid $2,000? I mean, like, Martin, would you pay $2,000 to paddle with me? Like, really? I would pay you $2,000 to pay, to go with me. So
I'd pay $2,000 to paddle with Andy.
Oh my God!
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that's true.
He's not listening.
Damn it! I'm gonna have another. Oh my God!
Is this
So,
welcome
back,
into
Nate.
like a bachelor's auction here? Or what's
Oh, but it was brutal. And actually, Nate from Muskoka, you would relate to this whole thing. So I needed to solve the issue. And what happened was Algonquin Outfitters, they knew the issue, and they said, Kevin, we'll figure this out. And they hired me for $1. So that's how I did that trip. I was covered under their insurance. So they saved my butt. And those 4 people I took were brand new to canoeing. They didn't know anything about canoe tripping. The first day, they were like, oh, my God. By the end of the trip, they loved it. They were so obsessed by it. In fact, the one young couple, they're going to come back and borrow one of my canoes and gear, and they're going to go on another trip. But it's like the amount of work I had to do to get them out, I can see people saying, screw it. I'm not doing it. I'm just going to be a hermit in the woods. Just like Sly. Look at him. He looks like a hermit in the woods.
Well, I think the harder you make it for people to get out there, it's a very fine balance between making it regulated and safe for everyone that wants to go into the backcountry versus making it easy and accessible for everyone you want to go into the backcountry.
Yeah.
And regulation and licensing and permits are the big fine line between it all. You could talk about it for 4 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
After 4 years of running our camp, and when we shut the camp down, I had all kinds of people saying, "Hey, I still want to be one of your clients. Every one of them, I told them, I said, here's what I'll set up. I'll tell you where the campground is. I'll tell you what campsite I'm going to be in. You get yourself a campsite. You might want the one next to me, but you're going to get your own campsite under your own name, and you're going to come over and visit, and we're going to do some bushcrafting together. And you ain't paying me nothing. But if you leave $100 bill on the stump when you go home, I ain't saying boo. Thank you. But there's no agreement here whatsoever, except we're going to meet in a campground somewhere. We're going to bushcraft together. And they would do that. I went through a lot of clients where really it was pro bono unless they left me a few bucks, because I was not going to deal with the insurance issue anymore. My attorney told me, he said, don't go there, Sty, because without the LLC backing you up, because we had a limited liability corporation for the camp, so our insurance for the corp covered me, but as an individual, there's no way I could take that kind of personal risk. That even at our camp, in order to stay at my camp, you got a pre-registration packet, and you had to sign that you read everything in the packet, and it told you exactly what you had to show up with at camp. We are not going to hand you a knife in camp. You can pull one out of your pack or off of your hip, but if you show up and say, I didn't bring a knife, guess what? We have a retail store. We had a little outpost, and I said, you can go in there and buy one. You're not buying it from me. You're not buying it from the camp proper. That's it was a subsidiary. I said, you can go buy it from the retail store, but you can't attend camp without a knife. And I would demo things, and then I would tell them, it's now your choice whether you're going to replicate what I did, because there's no way I could instruct them to take that sharp knife and start whittling something without taking a risk of liability. So it was tough. It was tough to do. I think it's so wrong, because our little wilderness operation, I thought, we're not going to get but a couple of people each year. Man, I was handling 6 to 8 clients a week all summer long. And these are 7-day camps, and I got 6 to 8 clients. They're each paying close to $1,000 a piece, and it was profitable. Especially when I lived off grid, I didn't have any overhead.
I have a question.
There's always a good story
for Martin and for Kevin.
So I'm looking at sorry, Dennis. I'm looking at Lucho comment. Because I'm going on different screens here, or whatever. I'm missing all these comments, but Lucia, he says that that's changing the Durham District School Board as we speak. Like, what is that? I need to know. Do you know that? Because I really, because all I know right now is if it in the Durham school board right now, if it's part of the curriculum right now, they can still go on canoe trips. But if they're an outdoor club, they cannot. So if that's changing, I really need to know that, because that would make my day.
That would be important for you.
So where is he commenting here?
Well, you know what? We'll let Lucho, if he could answer that question in the chat, that would be great. I think Nate had something he was going to say.
Sure. Yeah, Martin and Kevin. I mean, is there any difference in terms of provincial insurance between Crown Land, a non-operational park, and getting a permit in a provincial park if something goes wrong?
I wouldn't know.
What do you mean, though, Nate? If something goes wrong, you mean if you're guiding?
Sure, yeah. So in terms of liability, is there a difference if you are in a provincial park where you have a permit versus something going wrong and needing a lift out in operational or Crown Land?
No. If I was taking youth out and I had to do the spot device and say, help me out,
right?
It doesn't matter where they are. No. That I know.
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything, but I don't do any guiding, right? I mean, I've had people contact me and say, I watch your videos and I'd like some instruction and stuff like that, but I don't charge them anything, and I tell them I'm not certified, I'm not a guide, I'm not an instructor, this is not a course. You're coming up here as a friend. We're gonna spend a few hours together on the water, and that's how I do it, and I offer the kind of what's the word I'm looking for? It's unofficial instruction. I've done that for a couple of people. I've done it for friends, and I've done it for a couple of people now who know me through an online presence.
Right. Sometimes I think a lot of the times that people assume that them buying a permit and going into a provincial park somewhere somehow buys them a different level of safety.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know here in the U.S., when you buy a permit to get into what they consider a controlled area that requires permitting, all that is an access permit. It doesn't imply any liability or responsibility to the government whatsoever. And see, that's one thing here is they have provisions that you cannot conduct commercial activities within a national park or national forest and blah, blah, blah. But yet they allow logging. Well, now, if that's the biggest commercial activity I ever seen in our forest is logging. But the reason they did it, and looking at case history, the reason they did that is if individuals go then on the national forest and they harm somebody, the government's off the hook because they've got it in their regulation. You weren't supposed to be there doing that in the first place.
The only thing we have in here on Ontario is, so if I'm guiding youth out, it's cheaper to take them to Crown Land because you don't have to pay, as a Canadian citizen, you have to pay the permits to go in the park. But to be in a park, it's more maintained, more operated.
Right.
So it's a yin and yang sort of thing. But there's no, so if I push the button saying, please save me, it doesn't matter where we are. I mean, if I'm in a provincial park, most likely the help is going to come quicker. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. But the parks have made it a little bit more difficult because it's more expensive to take me into the interior with youth. But on the other side, I know leaders that take too many students out on Crown Land because they're allowed to. Because in our provincial parks in Ontario, you're only allowed 9 people per campsite.
Uh-huh.
If I take 26 students out in the woods, I can't go to a provincial park because I can't have them camping in one spot.
Right.
But in Crown Land, in theory, I can. But is that ethical or not? So that's again, Dennis, that's a totally different night topic, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say this whole topic for about the last 45 minutes to an hour, I could see a 6-hour discussion.
Yeah, it's a whole show in itself. Eh?
It's a new book, Dennis.
Sorry.
It's called Life of Sky.
That's, I mean, a 6-hour discussion. That's just minutes. I mean, come on.
It's called, no, my next book is not called that. My next book is called Pine Martin Cannot Fish.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Martin, you know what? I've got a theory why you weren't catching fish.
I did catch fish. They just weren't big trophy fish. They were just
And
the
it's
kind of
because
fish
of
we
the
like to
weather
eat.
pattern. It's the weather pattern, right?
Oh, right.
All the big fish, they got experience. They went low.
Right?
All the little guys, yeah, go up there. See that thing? Go grab it.
No, that's a good thing. What Martin was the wind coming from the east?
No, it was blowing out of the
Right
west.
to the east.
Oh, then no, yeah, no.
No.
It's true. If the wind comes from the east, forget fishing.
I'm perfectly content to chalk it up to my own inexperience as an angler. In my own defense, though, we don't do a lot of catch and release or anything like that. We're fishing for food. If we find a fish that's a keeper, it's just the right size to eat, that's it. Fishing's done. So if on the first cast you catch a fish, that's it. You're done. We put the rods away. You know, there's no fishing beyond that. So we don't just catch and release them or anything like that.
I just saw that comment. So fish on the other side of the boat. Fish, put your net on the other side of the boat. I don't know if you saw that comment. Sorry, Martin.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
That's a good time to bring
Yeah,
up religion. All of us leave. Kevin is left sitting there.
To the chat.
Yeah. That's it.
With Kevin's Irish Scottish background, the fish on the other side of the boat is probably the perfect tip to leave right there.
Yeah.
You know, Martin, I feel for you. At least you were catching fish, even though they weren't edible.
They were edible. They were edible. They
But
were edible.
they weren't the big guys. I mean,
No, they're
Or
not.
you see that comment? You caught more fish than he caught.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's one outing for you, Martin. You caught more fish than I caught all season.
Oh, you're kidding.
I'm out there paddling my ass off, fishing, just pounding it, and all I'm catching are these little palm-sized sunfish and perch that you could. I mean, my smokes are bigger than them, and I couldn't nail a single fish. And I was fishing lakes where 4 years ago, I'm nailing nice big 38 to 40-inch northern pike, catching 3 to 6 pound bass.
Wow.
And I couldn't hit nothing all summer. And I'm doing my videos. Yeah, we're fishing this trip. Every one of those trips, you go and look at my videos for those trips. They were all one trip I got to eat 3 nice sized sunfish for dinner one night. So don't feel bad, but I made a total fool out of myself.
So as a professional angler, I can say to you right now, if you shave your beard, you'll be doing well. Like you'll catch a lot more fish.
I don't care.
That's what I did wrong. I didn't shave.
I don't care how many I catch.
Dennis, I just saw that note from Lucho. Like, what? I missed that. So, did he answer that whole thing about the Durham board?
Yeah, he said that water was going to be an issue because they're restructuring.
For our high school canoe, we need to have.
Where is it?
Oh wow.
Okay, well, that's another topic we'll talk about, whatever, because I don't know his.
Oh, Kevin, he said yes. We're reassessing supervision for trips. Okay. Water is an area that's being put up for consideration.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Yep.
They're reconsidering it and they're getting people out there.
Kevin.
Oh,
question for you.
Don't worry, paddling adventures.
Hey guys, welcome to the chat. Ethan there from Avid Outdoorsy guy. How you doing, Ethan?
Oh, not that
hey,
guy. Turn him off.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
He's that province is out of control. Like really. Oh, hi. Sorry.
Hey, Kevin, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you? It's fantastic.
I'm doing good.
Yeah. Have you written your guidebook on where to go canoeing or what? What's going on? Come on. What have you done?
I were to write a guidebook, it would be how not to catch a fish in woodland caribou. That would be my guidebook.
No, that's
He's
not.
had experience on that.
No,
issue.
no, Martin, this is sadder than you, really. He went to Woodland Caribou. I swear to God, you can literally put your baby toe in the water and catch any fish. He went there and caught.
Not Ethan's baby toe.
No, it's wrong.
That wound. Thanks, Kevin.
Gentlemen, sorry to interrupt. I have to get going. So I want to thank everyone for letting me on the panel. Thank you, Dennis, for hosting this. Thanks for having Kevin on. I thought that was an inspired choice to have on this live stream. And Kevin, I want to thank you personally. You've heard me say this before, but it needs to be said again. When I first started canoe tripping, I started very late in life. I was about 29 or 30 years old. And when I bought the canoe, I had this brand new Novacraft canoe that I bought in London, Ontario, where I lived at the time, and I had no idea where to go. And fortunately for me, the people at Novacraft Canoe said, "Oh, well, here, what you need is one of these books." And it was one of your books. They had all of your books, your paddling guide series books, and it was called Gone Canoeing. And it was thanks to that book that I discovered the pleasures of canoe tripping and where to go, provincial parks, but also Crown land. And I have been making YouTube content about Crown land and promoting the low impact recreational use of Crown land camping. And I owe that to you. I've been trying to transmit this gift to as many people. And it's a gift that you gave to me. And I am absolutely humbled by everything that you have done. And I'm incredibly grateful for it. So thank you very much. And on that, I'll say goodnight.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Martin. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, and so next time we meet, we're around the fire. Okay.
I'd love that. I'd love that. All right. Cheers. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Martin.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Martin.
Okay, he's gone, but he still can't catch a fish. Okay.
He went fishing. He had to get out of here. He wants to
know,
go fishing. He had something he can show off.
He says some really nice things. I love the guy, but sweet Jesus,
I can't comment.
I can't go there.
Well, you know what, Ethan, in your defense, man, you didn't catch a fish, but you got to see something a lot of people don't get to see in woodland caribou, and that is
Yeah.
The caribou. Yeah.
Caribou.
Wow.
oh, you lucky bugger.
Yeah.
It took me 3 trips to see a caribou in that park. 3.
That was really cool.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
Now, I have a question about woodland caribou. Every video I've seen output by people, is that park like all burnt down?
A lot.
Like 90% of it? Every time I see it, there's nothing but stunted growth trees, right?
There's so much burn. It is so hard to escape the burn and find somewhere with trees. It can be really rough sometimes.
Because I was going to ask Kevin that earlier because he was talking about it, and he was saying it's a beautiful park. But every time I've seen like your video and I've seen Joe Robinette's videos and whoever else has done videos up there, they're always they can't find any shade.
No, it's all burns.
Yeah.
And I always
It's a lot.
thought, look at all that firewood. Know where you want to camp. You got all the firewood in the world, but there's nowhere you want to camp.
Like I paddled some burn areas up in the Mizunabie area and stuff like that. And to me, it's neat looking for the first 10 minutes. And after that, it's like, okay, I want to see some trees, man. You know what I mean? Not just the short shrubs or even on portages. It's all just, short alder bushes or whatever you want to call them there. Like
Yeah, well, woodland
that's
caribou is
cool,
a totally different environment. Like it's a burn area, so basically that it thrives because of burns, right?
Mm-hmm.
That whole habitat cannot exist unless
without burns, right?
woodland caribou can't exist. That you saw more than I did. Can't exist with the burns. Mind you, when I was there, when was the last time I was there? It was not long ago. There was a lot of burn areas, but there's a lot of places that weren't. But that's wilderness. I mean, we can't have ecology unless you have those jack pine burn. So
Right.
I remember when I used to, in my youth, would take people up there. There would be a forest fire, and they were like, "Oh, we need to get out of here. There's a forest fire." And the park said, "Well, we're not going to put the fire out because the fire can't go and the caribou can exist if you don't have a fire. Well, I don't know. Well, then, Dennis, stay away from woodland caribou. That means I get more fish.
No, man, I want to go. I just want to go to the area where there's trees.
No, I don't want you there. It's a bird hellhole. Don't go
I
there.
have a fishing question for Kevin.
It's not working, Kevin. Not working.
Kevin, at what point are the bass you pulling up too old or too heavy to eat? How do you know that? How do you know what you're going to eat and what you're going to toss back based on kind of the weight?
Did you say people or fish? What?
I don't know if this is that kind of YouTube show.
No, I can't hear.
No, sorry. At what point? What's the weight of the bass you're pulling up versus what you're putting back? And as in, how do you ascertain how old that fish is you're pulling up, and if you should eat it or not?
Okay. Well, first of all, the fish that I keep and eat are the young ones.
Okay.
The old ones are the breeders. So you don't want to keep the big ones because they're the breeders, and if you eat them, then you're not helping sustain, right?
What's that weightish? What is that kind of?
Well, when I say big ones, I'm thinking if they're 40 pounds or more, I put them back.
Okay.
40 pounds
Like
or more.
sturgeon, right?
Me myself, I'm a 2.5 to 3 pounder, and I throw them back.
No, yeah. If I'm catching walleye, basically 2 pounds or less, we're eating it. More than that, it's a sin to keep it. Lake trout, depending on where you are north, because the more north you go, the shorter growing season. So if you catch a lake trout that's 8 pounds, that's pretty old lake trout for up by James Bay, right? Because it's
Hey, Nate, this doesn't concern you.
What happened?
Nathan, this doesn't concern you.
What? Because he doesn't catch anything.
Oh, sorry, Nathan. Ethan. Jesus.
Oh, come on.
Oh, okay. I'm like window shopping. Okay, I can listen. I can look.
Right. Wishful thinking.
Imagine this: catch a lake trout, like 4 pounds, 6 pounds. That's great. Woodland caribou, Quetico especially. You catch a lake trout and you catch walleye. You fill the walleye, put the walleye fillets inside the lake trout, put apples, pineapple, and onion, sew it, and lemon, and sew it up, and put it in the fire and cook it. Oh,
damn it! I almost got through a stream without getting hungry.
Kevin, it's too late to be this hungry.
That's fancy. He got fancy with it.
Yeah.
No, that's a good meal. When you're on a 20-day trip, if you don't eat fish by day 7 or something fresh, your gut is going to rot you up. If you eat that dehydrated stuff, it's good for 3 or 4 days. But I do dehydrate my own meals. But if you eat that stuff for 20 days, it's going to rot your gut. So you need to eat something fresh. So whether it's good spruce tea, the little nips on the end of a spruce, black spruce, or you get a fish or whatever, you need to have that in your stomach. So yeah, it's good.
Hey, I have one for Kevin and for Sty, I think. Do you guys make chaga tea on the go as you're traveling, or do you always harvest the chaga and wait till it dries?
I would say 95% of the time I've got dried chaga with me that I'm packing with. I have harvested fresh chaga for tea. Fresh chaga, until you've dried it for a few days, really isn't that good of a tinder. But once it's been dried for a few days, you can't beat it. So if I got caught out there without chaga and I'm going to be there for an extended period of time, then I do some chaga hunting and I harvest a piece to utilize while I'm there. Cut some of it up for tea because you can use it fresh off the tree for tea. You don't have to dry it, but dry some. I'd cut it into slabs to make hearth boards, a couple of hearth boards, and have it in my pack. But I always try to process my chaga, get it, dry it out, and break it into manageable pieces.
You know, Nate, I'm so jealous because Sty uses chaga for hearth boards and fire starter. I want it for tea, and I can't find the stuff anywhere.
Well, you just have to come up to mine and Kevin's neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Oh, no, shut it.
It'll be a while. It'll be within a couple weeks.
There's
Then
no
you're gonna get some. I'm sending some to you. But yeah, I always got.
Hey, whoa! Look at that.
The chaga is always. The sty is no more than 10 feet from a big piece of chaga around my house.
Really?
Well, actually, I was up Kevin's neck of the woods Thanksgiving weekend, and we were out on a hike, and I found a couple of really nice chunks of chaga on a birch. And there was one problem. I'm only 6 foot tall, and it was 12 feet up.
Maybe even this fall yet, but I got to show how I go down to the. I don't need to this year because I got 3 or 4 of them now, but I'd go down to the bait store down here and buy an ice chisel, for punching holes, ice fishing.
Yeah.
Just the head, and you mount it to a pole. And I put that in my pack, and I go out in the woods. I find a piece of chaga that's up there 8, 10, 12 feet.
Yeah. And
I just find myself a nice dry pole laying somewhere, and I mount the head on that, and you chisel that chaga off that bugger right from the ground, and there's no. But I've seen goofballs climb birch 35 feet up to get a chunk of chaga, and they're up there whittling and pounding on that thing. And I'm like, that birch tree, hand climbing it? That I've seen bark slough on a birch tree send a climber right out of it. I tell them, chaga, I can get it. I'll just cut a pole that's that long and I'll chisel it out. But to me, that's the way to do it for those nice tall pieces. Another thing is I wasn't even thinking. I'm driving down this back road up here in northern Wisconsin, and I wasn't paying attention. There's a stand of old growth birch, and there's about a 8-pound chaga on the side of this birch, and that's a pot of gold. I stop my truck, I jump out, and I run out there, and it's at about the 5-foot mark, so it's right at eye level, perfect. And I'm up there with a hatch, and I'm chopping that chaga off. All of a sudden, I hear this guy yell at me, "Quit chopping on my damn tree or I'll shoot you." I go, "Whoa." I turn to look, and it's a farmer. And I'm on his property chopping off a big chunk of chaga off of his birch tree. I wasn't paying attention that piece of woods was right next to this big cornfield. And yeah, it was privately owned land. I thought I was in the forest by then. And no, I wasn't. I was on private property. Chaga just blinds you to everything else. You just head right for it. I got to get that.
Yeah.
You got to kind of.
That's the scary thing about those guys too. Is like with social media now too, and YouTube and stuff like that. And it's amazing. It actually it tastes good too. But when you start telling the masses about it, it's like a trout hole, like a bass hole or a walleye hole. No big deal. But a trout hole, you tell people the trout hole. My dad taught me, do not tell people your trout hole.
Right. Well, see, and that's it. Is
they'll destroy
all of my chaga videos. I've actually had what I considered hate mail in my comments because they watched the whole video and they go, "Not once did you tell us where in northern Wisconsin that is."
Yeah.
Why? Well, why would I? Or I'll tell them, "Here's one of my favorite chaga hunting grounds here in northern Wisconsin," and then I'd show them all this chaga, and they're on there. But where? Well, why the heck would I tell you? I'd go find it yourself. Northern Wisconsin it's only about the size of England,
Yeah, one of the biggest mistakes I did in my career is I wrote a story about a river in Algonquin, and I mentioned about how many species there were there. And one species was the oh gosh, I forget the turtle. Anyways, it was an endangered turtle. And then I wrote that up in a major magazine, and people from Toronto came and got the turtle, and they sold it for thousands of dollars. And the government said, the people I work with, the naturalists in the park said, why did you do that? Why did you tell the people that that turtle was in that river? I'm like, I never thought. I thought it was really cool that that turtle lived there. Yeah,
Right.
just open it up to the market for people to make tons of money.
Right.
Ginseng. I remember the one woodlot that had lots of ginseng up in northern Ontario or near Bancroft. And they just pillaged the entire woodlot of ginseng and sold it illegally somewhere. Or, just poaching that happens. So in social media and on YouTube, we really have to watch what we say and do.
Right.
My God, I'm
Exactly.
sounding like Uncle Kev. Freaking, jeez, I have to speak again. Damn it.
I totally agree with Kevin. I mean, I'm mostly on Instagram, YouTube. I've been on YouTube for since the last time I watched Canoehound's live stream. That's how long I've been on YouTube for.
Well, thank you for joining us.
Yeah. Please show up here.
Thank you, Dennis. Oh no, I'm mostly on Instagram, and so I always, especially, I'm a bit of a Crown Land guy, and Fine Martin got me onto that, so I have a lot. I owe a lot to Martin that way, and I'm lucky enough he lives just a few blocks away from me, and so we bump into each other fairly frequently.
Oh no! You see, really? Oh no! We need to.
Nate, what's your Instagram channel's name?
It's just Nate Muskoka.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna pick you up there.
Sure,
Okay, no,
but,
Nate, you and I need to do a practical joke. If you live near him, we have to. Okay.
Are we gonna egg his house or like toilet paper his car or what?
Worse.
Put a trophy fish in his backseat.
Yes.
But no, Martin's a great guy. I love him and a lot of other two of the most interesting people I've ever met. But I'm mostly on Instagram, and a lot of the camping I do is Crown Land, and I always have to be so careful about my geotagging, and so I'm always very, very general about where my location is. I'll say general things like Algonquin Park or Muskoka, and that's honestly the safest way you can do things. Yep. And people will constantly direct message me and ask me exactly where I am, and I'll always have a good excuse ready, like, oh well, it's my friend's spot, and I promised him I wouldn't tell anyone, or something along those lines. Oh, I think you really need to find it for yourself, and that's just part of the adventure. You really do have to. It's really hard because sometimes you'll know these people that are asking where your spot is or where that is, but you have to realize that with you having that kind of questioning comes responsibility, like I'm sure Kevin gets all the time, in that you have to be extremely careful who you tell and what you tell them, or else, just like he was saying, there's consequences that you couldn't have thought about before.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, actually, for everybody to know out there too. I've written a whole bunch of guidebooks too, and I had rules and regulations for myself. Maybe the way I was brought up, whatever. But the canoe routes that I wrote up in my guidebooks were canoe routes that were in a government book, pamphlet book. So when you going back to history, even Nick Nichols going back to that original book, whatever. The routes that I wrote about were legit routes. They just weren't maintained anymore. Well, not all of them, but some of them weren't maintained anymore. So they weren't just random routes, right?
Right.
And these routes that I actually paddled and never wrote about because they couldn't maintain the amount of traffic that I would get to them. Like 9 Mile Lake in near Perry Sound, near Bala. It had 3 campsites, and everybody goes, "Why didn't you include that in your guide to canoe routes?" I go, "Well, I know about the place. I found the place. Why would I put that in a book that actually went to 8,000 print run? Like that would be stupid." Yeah. Where now social media, anybody can do that. I'm not knocking anybody. I'm just saying that nowadays it's sort of like think before you do this, okay? Or First Nations places where you ask permission to go through an area. You don't need to. It's not law that you have to ask them. It's called the North. You actually go to the elder and the chief and you say, "Can I paddle through your area?" Well, why would I write that up in a book? Because I know the majority of people aren't not going to do that. It's going to piss everybody off.
Yeah.
Or why would I write about a route that actually, even though I wrote Lost Canoe Routes, and I did that to save those routes, there's routes that really shouldn't never be paddled. The water level is low. It should never be paddled. But yeah, I'm starting to get old. But it's one of those things you have to think about. And I really, really think we should talk about that. It's like, before you do a YouTube channel about something, about whether you're saving someone and you're good at what you're doing and you're not, or you're legit at what you're doing and you're not. Here to sum it all up, when I teach my students, they could smell you a mile away. These students are rough. They lived a rough life. They know bullshit. They know if you know your stuff or not.
Yep.
And I love it. I love standing up in front and teaching them. And why I know so much is I will say to them, I don't know anything. The biggest thing about education is I know nothing. I have gathered a whole bunch of information over my life. I try to keep my ethics. I try to keep my morals, but I want to learn more. And if you say you know everything, you know nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I always learn more from my clients than they learn from me. They didn't realize it, but I improved myself much more learning from them in their learning process than I already knew. And that's right. I believe if a person's paying attention, you can learn something new almost every day.
Yeah, you know what? Everybody has at least one thing they could teach somebody else, whether they're teaching it or it's just like learn by example, right?
Right.
So yeah, everybody has that gift, because I learned stuff from my dad and my grandpa, and you learn stuff from your dad and your grandpa, and Sty learned something from himself.
What I have learned from Avid Outdoors guy is when he puts his hand towards the camera, it looks like his butt.
I noticed that too.
No, seriously, do it again. It looks like your butt.
Yeah. Right? Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Yep. Mooning us here on the stream.
See, I learned that tonight.
I come from a background of skateboarding and snowboarding, marketing and retail, and of course that's one of the biggest core markets in the world. And of course the biggest line that everybody that knows what they're doing when they start talking about things they should do or shouldn't do, or things they want to try or not try in retail and marketing, is the simple phrase, kids know. Kids are the first ones that will know if you're BSing or not, or if you're trying to be somebody that you're not, or if you're legit or not, or if you actually know what you're talking about. Kids are the first ones that know.
Yeah.
Or likewise, your clients are going to be, or your customers are going to be the first ones that know if you're full of BS, and that you're going to learn from them pretty quick.
Yep.
Okay, so here's a scenario for all of you, because we're going off of yin and yang, whatever, all the other thing. But this is funny. So I gave this to my outdoor leadership guys yesterday. All right, so I'm guiding a trip in Quetico a number of years ago. Accountants, very wealthy people. We're doing a trip, and I give them all camp mugs. And I have my camp mug that I've had since I'm in high school. And very lovely people, except this one guy, Jake, just real pompous prick. And the first night he goes, "How come you have a different camp mug than we do?" I was like, "Well, I don't know. This is the camp mug I've always had, and I'm guiding you, and I bought you camp mugs for the trip." And he said, "But I want your camp mug." So I said, "I'm not going to give it to you." Okay. So really interesting. So the second night, he said, "I want your camp mug. I'll give you $5 for it." I went, "Nope." Next night, the price goes up. By night 7, the last night of the trip, it's up to $500 for the camp mug. Okay, so avid outdoors guy. So imagine being a leader of this trip. and you're leading these people, and it's the last night of the trip, and he's offering you $500 for a mug that probably cost you like $1. Would you actually say yes and take the money?
If it's the last night, heck yeah, I'm cashing out, man.
Oh, you bastard!
See, I wouldn't, but boy, I would want to. I would really want to. But I wouldn't, only because even though they think they got the deal of the day, you know, they're going to go out there and tell everybody, look at this mug I got for $500 off of him. And they're not going to look at him as being stupid. They're going to look at you as being a cheat, you know, and that's what I always think about is, what are the optics going to be for the rest of the world if I accept this extraordinary out of the park deal?
Okay. So Dennis,
Yeah.
what's your answer?
I don't know.
Yeah, tough decision, Dennis.
So I've been in the chat here, so bad host. I haven't been paying attention.
Okay, well, what are people saying? We'll put it out to other people then, just because, like, you're like, okay. No, I don't hear. No, there's nothing going on. Okay, so Nate, what's your answer?
Oh man, you know what? That's a tough one because I think at that point, day 7 in a trip, I mean, money doesn't really mean the same kind of thing out there as when you're kind of in town at the bank. Or to be honest with you, I think on a matter of principle like that, when you're out there like that in a situation like that, I would say no. It's just a number at that point, and so I would say no.
I'm seeming like a bad guy here.
I think it's.
See,
He's like, what the hell? What's
like, hey, I'm all about the supply and demand. They're like, hey, I got the supply. It's limited. Your demand is high. I'm gonna drive up the price.
Yeah.
See, now I would wish
I would have taken the money last year. You can say.
I would wish that I'd have Avid in my camp and say, "Hey, come here, handle this deal for me, and whatever you get, I'll take 50%."
Oh my God.
That's right.
Walk away and see what happens.
I want to bring a
Let him
broker
take
into
the
it.
responsibility and the guilt, and I'll just take a few bucks.
Oh my God. Okay, let's put it out to other people first before I tell you what happened. What do we got? Dennis, what's going on? No, it's the principle of the thing. I'm reading some comments. So Gary Irwin says no, it's the principle of the thing. Paola Venture Radio. Hey, Sean, how you doing? We will definitely chat. I got your email. Then what? How much for a key bottle? Oh, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah, I want to know, Dennis. Do you carry an extra one of those mugs with you now? Always keep a spare.
No.
That's funny. What is it? What's in the mug? Well, okay. 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 Well, all right. I'm going to tell you what happened. All right. Are you ready for this? Like, everybody sit down. Everybody's sitting down.
I'm laying down.
We all know this, Avid.
Yeah, I can't fall out of this.
I need another beer.
Yes. Okay. Okay, Nate, but I'm going to give you the meaning of life while you're doing this. Okay. So what happened on the trip was I did not do that. What are you drinking? What is it?
What am I drinking?
Yes.
Oh, it's NZ Pure. It's a lager from New Zealand.
How'd you get that?
At the old Sody Pop store.
LCBO?
Yeah, right here in Huntsville.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to move to Huntsville. Okay, so basically what happened was I said no. My mug is my mug, and so I did not do that. And then the next trip I did was actually down by the Foggy River by Eastern Ontario. I got robbed, and they took everything, and my mug was in that pack. So therefore, I lost the mug. But the reality of it is like, what is that guy doing on that trip? He's trying to gain control over that trip by having your mug. Like, that's exactly what he's doing. And he's using money to do that. And when does the accident happen on trips? 90% is on the last day. When everybody thinks they're home and everything's great, So if I gave him control the last day, so I did not.
Right.
However, my mug was stolen the next week. I'm an idiot.
I had a client try this, basically the same kind of thing, but boy, he wasn't offering that kind of money.
Hey, Kevin, read the message.
What? Uncle Kevin's talking.
Uncle Kevin's talking. He needs to take a drink.
Jesus.
And I think you missed one up here too. You might want to read that one.
Oh, there's an Uncle Kevin. Yeah.
Work in the morning, you know that.
You know what? Kevin is right, and I've been on that kind of trip where that kind of person does that not because they actually want that mug for $500. It's because they want to say that about you to everyone else and create their own kind of story behind it.
Right. Well, see, the client that I had to deal with, I've got a walking stick. I'll show it to you here in a minute, but I have this.
Put it away. Sorry, put it away. No,
not that one.
Okay.
Not you have it. Yeah. No.
That's the tripod, not the walking stick.
Come it.
Yeah. Oh, it's got a light on the end of it. No, but this walking stick, this guy wanted that so damn bad, and I said no. I said I selected that particular piece of wood. That's my personal walking stick, and he ended up offering me $125 for it, and I said, I don't know if it's worth that or not. I said, but it doesn't matter. And he kept on and on through a week-long camp, 7-day camp. And it finally, I think it was on the 5th day, I told him, I said, you asked me to buy that again, I'm going to smack you in the head with it. I said, I don't care if you're a soft client or not. I said, and he goes, why? And I said, all you want is a personal talisman from me. Yeah. You're going to walk around the last 2 days with that stick showing off. I got the old man's stick. I'm the top of the class. I'm carrying his talisman around with me. And he goes, and just the look on his face told me that's exactly what he was doing. He was trying to set himself up as top of the class because this one little gal could out bushcraft him any day of the week. And everybody got praise for their accomplishments. And she got a lot of praise because she was so accomplished within 7 days. He didn't like that. He wanted to be top of the class. And I based it on your skill base, not on what you could show off to people, that you could buy out from under me, something that everybody knew was personal. And yeah, it wasn't about money. It was about him trying to establish a position with other people. And I didn't like it. Didn't like it.
Yeah, well, it's similar to okay. So just a long story. The nut of it is, I was guiding a trip where there was a middle-aged couple and then a new couple that were mid-20s that just got married, and I'm vlogging me. We're guiding a trip. It was mid-trip. It was an 8-day trip. On day 4, the older man makes a pass at the younger woman, but she didn't want that to happen, but it was all a control thing. His wife catches him. All hell breaks loose, and this is a really short version of the story. So then with the young husband that's in the woods getting wood, he doesn't know what's going on, so I have to tell him. So I did tell him, something happened. So he's really mad. He wants to punch the living crap out of this other guy that made a pass at his new wife. And so I said, hey, could you maybe not hit him until the end of the trip, because I'm only a guide and I'm making $60 a day. I'm not your counselor. And he goes, well, I really like you, Captain. So yeah, I'll do that. So we headed back on the trip. So here's the scenario for everybody out there. Think about it. So I had to I had to paddle out for another 4 days. Then it would be 3 days, whatever. So I was in a solo boat. So I put the 2 women in the tandem boat so they can actually be together. I went in the tandem boat with the guy that made the pass because I'm getting paid. So I got to deal with him. Then I put the young guy in a solo boat. So we paddled out. And things happened. So the 2 women in the tandem boat worked perfectly because they're both empowered. They communicated with each other, empowered themselves, and that was great. I dealt with the jerk in my canoe because he's. But the solo boat guy was by himself. And what was happening to the guy in the solo boat?
Well, hopefully, he had to think about his morality, I guess.
Well, the young guy that wanted to beat the living crap out of the other guy, he's beside himself in a solo boat. He was thinking too much, and so he was thinking, and a nightmare. I finished the trip. I said, okay, the trip's over. Young guy comes up and he goes, "So the trip's over." He was, yeah. He gives me $100 tip, and he goes to the older guy that made it past it, his wife, and beats him to the ground, kicks his head and everything, just beats him. And the two women are trying to pull him off, and I drive away. I'm thinking, well, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
And
Sure.
Kevin's like, not my problem.
yeah,
I'm glad it's not on my clock.
but it's all to do with the older man doing the control thing, the younger guy thinking too much on the trip. And I guess what I'm getting at is all these people, so many people talk to me about how wilderness is dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, when you got people in it.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Like, people are involved. It's a hell. It's a nightmare.
Yeah. Oh, it can be. It can. Oh, yeah. I've seen it around the campfire. You have a perfectly good conversation going on, and I'm looking at a couple of my clients, and I can see that look on both their faces. And all of a sudden, I'm doing camp shifts after dark, saying, "Guess what? You're moving to this pod down here. You're moving over here next to my tent." And they're just like, "What? What?" No, I made a mistake when I set you guys up this morning. You know, that's where you got to be, just to get them as far apart as possible. But you can read it right in their eyes. This week is not going to go good. Those two are already eyeballing each other. Yeah.
Lee Hunter just went full circle. He said it earlier. Leave the money
on the stump. That's what
leave the money on the stump. Yeah, just leave me a tip. I'm not charging you nothing, but leave me a tip.
This is the walking stick that guy wanted.
Yeah.
And
Stop, put it away. Stop. Put it away.
Check that out, though. Check that out. You
Whose camel coat was that?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Come on, keep it clean. I mean, but
you know what? The biggest thing I'm afraid of when I'm on Crown land on the border, like on the kind of the western border and all the Crown land along the Algonquin Park is humans. If you know what you're doing in terms of bear preparedness and securing your food, the biggest thing I am concerned about is humans, especially on Crown land. That's the biggest thing. Especially this time of year.
Yeah.
One of my worst bear encounters was human related. I shouldn't have had that bear encounter at all. Set up nice camp. I knew I was on a border area on Park Service land, and that there was a home, and they owned about 80 acres right on the border, close by. But I figured, well, they're 3/4 of a mile from where my camp was, and I thought, no problem. And it turned into a problem. I had 4 bears in my camp that night, and 2 of them didn't want to go anywhere. I mean, they were not. They were determined. They wanted to get a hold of my food stash, And well, I found out the following a couple days later, when I came out of the woods talking to a couple locals, they said, "Oh, you were camping at such an area?" I said, "Yeah." They said, that private property right next to the border there? I said, "Yeah." They said they feed the bears.
Oh, Lord.
They purposely feed them in their backyard. And they've been chewed out by the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, and told don't do it, but they just keep feeding them damn bears there. And so again, I chalked that up to, stinking human almost got me mauled. I mean, people are the worst thing out there. I mean, that's, I was trying to make a living off of, having these camps, and I enjoyed, I'd say at least 80% of my clients were very enjoyable, But there's a good 20% of them that I don't want to ever meet you again. Thank you very much. I'm glad this is over. Don't write me. Don't call. Yeah, because I don't want to run into you in the woods.
And please leave me a bigger tip on the stump.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Little
something on the stump. Yeah.
Lay Hunter caught my grammatical error there, and I said basically that I hung food up out of the way of humans, which I mean, is fair enough. The kind of food I travel with, that's always a concern for me. But no, it's more for bears and rodents. But Kevin, I know you've talked about in the past. You've talked about rodents almost being more of a concern than bears when you're hanging and securing your food.
Yeah, well, hanging your food. Well, my God, that's again the whole freaking night conversation about that. It all depends on the area you're in and how situated the species are. So I do know raccoons and red squirrels or mice can get into your pack even if you're hanging it. I do know also too people that have those blue barrels that think that they're bear proof. Not at all. In fact, Chris. Kyla, do me a favor. Sorry, my daughter is going to help me here for a second. Kyla, can you help me out? Okay, Kyla. I'm over here. I'm over here. Okay. My daughter is going to be the host right now while I urinate.
Don't you have your bottle?
Hi, Kyla. How you doing?
People around the world.
Where's your baler?
Ask Kyla any questions about wilderness tripping. I'll be back.
Okay.
Kala, how is the whiskey tonight?
Oh, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Good stuff.
All we could see are your eyes.
Oh, sorry.
Do you need a phone book?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Phone book. It's classic.
So your dad says you do a lot of dance classes.
Yeah, 3 times a week.
What kind of dance are you doing?
3 times a week?
Lyrical, ballet, and jazz.
Nice. Yeah.
Fancy.
Hey, is your dad a dance dad? Like, does he go around to like all the what do they call those? Like the tournaments and stuff on the weekends in different places?
I don't do that type of dance. I just go for classes.
Okay. So he's not a dance dad, or would you say he's a dance dad?
Not really.
Okay.
He should take the classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has your dad ever done a dance class with you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can your dad cut a rug? That's an old term for dance.
Oh,
Yeah, you're getting old there, Dennis.
Yeah.
For your,
What did you say?
Yeah. You know what, Sty? I said that to my son-in-law, and he laughed and he laughed and he laughed. He goes, "What the heck is cut a rug?"
Yeah.
They not ask you any questions.
Kevin, we were nice. We were nice.
We decided you need dance lessons, Kevin.
Yeah.
We're digging for.
No, I do not need dance. No, I do not.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
I need dance lessons. Angel needs to go out. Okay.
Yeah,
Your dog needs to go outside. Sorry.
we took a vote here and convinced her that you're coming to her next dance class and going to go through the class with her. Yeah.
And
you're going to wear a tutu. Yeah.
Okay,
I think ballet. Ballet is a good fit for you. You should do it.
What did we
Special class.
happen?
Ballet for Kevin.
everyone needs to stretch more.
No, I won disco dance awards when I was in my. Don't tell anybody. Shh. It's actually a true story though. I was dating Denise Dance in high school. Denise Dance, and she said I will continue dating with you if you take dancing lessons with me, and I did. And I ended up not really dating her, but I ended up winning awards. So I got all these awards just with dancing.
You're a natural.
No, don't tell anybody.
Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah.
Carly, you didn't tell them about my dancing awards, did you?
Yeah, backcountry version of Dancing with the Stars.
You know what,
yeah.
Kevin? You want to know what was really said? You're gonna have to go back and watch the entire video over again. Oh,
Yeah.
3 hours and 46 minutes.
Did the dog come back?
I jumped in so late. I gotta watch like what 2 hours and some tomorrow.
No, Dennis is
Man, I'm getting that close.
I made a terrible mistake on my stream Sunday night. It went 7 hours and 18 minutes, that
Oh
stream.
my gosh.
And at about the, I don't know what it was, 6 hour mark or something, we got into a conversation and one of my guests got talking about some personal matters. And then I hurried up and got on Messenger on Facebook and I asked her, I said, do you think your hubby wants to hear what you've been saying for the last hour? And she goes, OMG. And he does watch your stuff. He goes back and watches it the next day. And I go, geez, thanks a lot. Now I can't post my live. So I had to make it private, download 7 hours and 18 minutes and go in and cut and edit it. And got rid of all of that. So I lost an hour and 15 minutes off of my stream. Just so it looks like
we're halfway there now, Sty.
Yep.
Actually, with that being said, we gotta pack it in here soon.
Yeah. Hey,
my wife just got back in, and
is it pizza and wine night again?
I'm gonna go to bed. Dennis, thank you so much for having me, and the rest of you, and Kevin. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you have a great night, and I'll see you around.
It's been awesome.
Nice to meet you. I picked you up on Instagram, and for sure we'll be in touch.
Yeah, and really, sorry, next time, Nate, you get on, quit talking about the religion and politics, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Good, empty the house.
All right. Yeah. Likewise. Thank you so much, folks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a great night.
We'll see ya.
Yeah, gents.
Nate,
So I think
great.
we're getting close to that time here. I gotta pack it in. I have to work myself in the morning.
Here's a question: what do you do for a living? Dennis?
Me? I own a sign company in Niagara here.
Okay.
We do wide format printing, digital, and offset printing as well. And yeah.
Avid Outdoors. What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
Okay. And
Oh, you guys see it?
what was that?
That was some sugar. This is Mrs. Canoe, my wife Cheryl. You've all
Hi,
met.
Cheryl.
Hi.
Yeah, Sty knows Cheryl quite well.
Yeah.
Hi, Sty.
Good to see you.
That's what we
Better
call
than that guy
high-
sitting next to you.
She's the athlete in the family. She just got back from bowling tonight.
Yeah.
And baseball. She plays baseball. Yeah,
So let me get this straight. So you were active in doing outdoor activities like bowling and things like that, while he just chats with a bunch of crazy people on social media.
No, he does. Yeah. He used to be the athlete in the family.
Yeah. I got this nagging rotator cuff injury that's kind of slowing me down. It took away my baseball. It took away curling.
That's too much use of the mouse.
Yeah.
yeah, the computer and all that stuff.
Yeah, if you laid off the mouse for a while, you're
Got a quick trigger
would
finger,
go
though.
up. Yeah.
Good night, guys.
See you up there soon. That's the one that keeps me grounded. I could,
Yeah. Or she will ground you if you're not careful. Yeah. You're grounded.
No. Yeah.
Kevin, when we gonna do a whiskey chat?
Yes. My dream right now is to find a whiskey sponsor so I can go around and do whiskey chats just like that guy does with the two ferns.
Between two ferns. That's good stuff.
That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yes. So spread the word out. Kevin's looking for a whiskey sponsor to do two ferns. Yes.
I like it. You need to do something different than ferns. Do like two cactuses or something. Something different.
2 canoes, 2 paddles, 2 PFDs.
There you go.
I just saw Sean with the whole paddling radio thing about his. No. This is not as bad as doing 3 hours or 4 hours of Sean Radio's paddling radio. My God, I think they lived here for 3 weeks to do that.
Who's that? Shauna Paddling Adventures?
Yeah. So Andy came over. We were going to be a simple 1 podcast. It was 3 podcasts that lasted 40,000 hours. Andy has really not even talked to me since then. He's like, I'm not coming over again. I came over and all of a sudden I had to do this podcast and I didn't go back until 4 days later. So Sean,
you know, so up until about a month and a half ago, I didn't even know how to access a podcast, right? And then I discovered on what's that app called? Yeah, I gotta check my phone for it even because I'm not a Spotify. So I go on Spotify and my buddies at Kid Products tell me you got to check out this podcast, this Paddling Adventures Radio. I have not listened to a song in my truck in the last 6 weeks because I'm too hooked on Paddling Adventure Radio.
Yeah.
So I'm listening to their current ones, and now I'm listening to all their, like, right from episode 1, and there's, 175 episodes or something? That's all
I've never listened
anymore. So, Sean, I'm listening all the time, man. And I got to get in touch with, who was it, the song guy there? Because he sang, in episode 2, he sang the song Me and Molly.
Jerry DeVinner. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I like that guy. I like his stuff.
You know, that song, because my dog's name is Molly, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not a country bunkin' by any chance, by like, you know, I probably couldn't have sat through John Denver with you. Sorry. That's me.
Oh, no.
I'm a rocker, right? But you know what? That song, I'm like, me and Molly in our canoe.
No, the best. Sorry. So I know you want to go, but Carla, do you want to talk about your song? They're talking about your song.
Oh, the same song?
No, she wrote a song with Jerry.
Oh, really?
No,
well, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, didn't she sing at Canoecopia or something one year?
Yeah, that's right too.
I've seen that. Good story. Okay. No, you really should tell the story. Okay, tell the story.
I just helped write a song with Jerry. Not much to it. And I sang it at Canoecopia.
Yeah, but what was it about?
Canoeing with you.
Yes. That's all you got?
You put her on the spot, Kevin.
Yeah, you put her on the spot.
Sorry. But it was amazing. So, no, you should tell the story about you writing it when I was told to go upstairs. Yeah, but I was not allowed to be in the room.
Secret squirrel stuff.
Okay. All right. So what happened was Jerry said, I'd love to write a song with your daughter about canoeing with daddy. And so he Skyped one night, and I basically was told by both of them, you're not part of it. So upstairs you go. So I had nothing to do with it. And they wrote the song, and it's on his album. And she gets royalties for it. And yeah, but she performed the Canoecopia with it, and it was amazing. But one day, I guess it was probably embarrassing. When we went to high school in grade 9, didn't someone play it in the hallway? No? Oh, okay, that's my imagination. Okay.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know what? That's awesome. And you know what? Don't listen to what anybody says because that's awesome. I actually remember hearing it now. Yeah.
It's a good song. Yeah.
Yeah.
I cry every time I hear it. It's terrible. Oh my God.
That's a father proud moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Kyle. Thank you very much. You can go up now.
Well, guys, you know what? On that note, I think I'm going to close up shop here for tonight.
Oh no! I got more stories, Dennis.
Okay, Kevin, kick her off.
And they call me the storyteller. I mean,
I
this
forgot
guy
that
out
much to
here,
go.
he never ends. He never ends.
No, we should. No, I need to work in the morning. Oh my God, it was supposed to. Well, and Christine said too. She goes, "You're doing this talk tonight. How long is it? Oh, it's just like 2 hours." And they cut it off. Like Dennis will cut it off. And she goes, "Okay." And she's probably laughing right now. Well, she's probably asleep right now.
We're like 2 hours in overtime here. So yeah. Well, you know what? That's why we have the format is the first hour is the interview. After that is social hour.
Yeah.
Yes.
I always like it when you get down to business in the front end.
Yeah.
And then those folks that can't hang around, if they want to come and check out the chattering afterwards, they can. But then too, when this posts as a video, the folks that want to see the interview and the business end of it, they can watch that much without having to see all the rest. Yep. You get better view time. I found that out on my channel. Get done with the business first, and then invite guys like this guy downstairs. And I mean, I got nothing but women on my panel the other day. He shows up in the chat. And
women with beards
are going, he has to come up. He has to come up. And they're just
women with beards.
Yeah. Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Oh, I got the women doing beards. That's freaking me out. That's freaking me out. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, some of them gals, I'd love to take them out on a canoe trip. They'd never let us back in the forest again.
Kevin, one more story from you. You got the show. You got the show. Closing story.
Oh crap. A college story actually. So when she was, I think she was 7 years old, we went across Algonquin Park. The reason why is someone in school. No, but she had to be younger than that. She's probably 5. Someone at school said, "I can't believe you go on these canoe trips. Never seen a moose before." So she came home and said, "Dad, never saw a moose. We have to see a moose." So we did 12 days across Algonquin, and on day 4 we saw a moose. In fact, by the end of it, we saw I think 8 moose. And the cool thing about it is on day 8, she didn't even know what day it was. She was so relaxed. I was doing a CBC story about it too, and she was on the radio with me. I was live across Canada talking on CBC, and so I put her on radio, and she literally said, she said, "Yeah, it's really nice out here, but this is not my thing to be interviewed. Dad, this is yours." And she handed the phone to me.
And that's the last story Dennis wanted to hear tonight. Is somebody got to see a moose?
Yeah.
Dennis. I know I'm going to see a moose. I know I'm going to see a moose all the way through that trip.
You know what? I was so disappointed we did not see a freaking moose on that trip.
We could tell.
when you go somewhere, okay, and you don't see anybody for 5 days, and you're basically tripping over moose droppings and falling in moose hoof prints in the mud, you're gonna see a moose, right? No.
Obviously not.
You know what we see in a moose? Driving home on the side of the road. Always the case, right?
Yeah. Oh, it is. It actually is.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah.
Anyways, guys, Kevin, you know what?
I'm gonna take off.
You've been an awesome guest tonight. I've been looking forward to this now since you said yes to the interview. I appreciate you coming on. This really helps the growth of our channel. But you know what? Even more so, it's building a friendship that I appreciate. And hopefully you feel the same way. Not going to put you on the spot, though. I've been a long-time follower of yours. Like I said, I have many of your publications.
Well, let's just say that Pine Martin is no longer a friend. He won't accept my calls now.
Oh, come on. You're going to hurt his feeling, right? Feeling one, yeah. But, so anybody that's in the chat that's been with us all night, if you haven't already done so, please do visit KC Happy Camper on YouTube. or better yet, check out his website at kevincallan.com and check out his book, Once Around Algonquin, An Epic Adventure, correct?
Yep.
And on the back cover of that, he does not have a ferret, so that's cool.
The ferretless book.
Yeah.
Ferretless
Who
book.
send me who I owe that book to.
Pardon me?
Well, so who won?
Who won?
Actually, Martin was the first one to say ferret.
Yeah.
And he
Oh,
kept
God,
changing.
you know what? We're gonna have to go. I'll go back to the chat at some point there, and I'll find out. That's got to be at what, the like 6.5 hour mark or something.
No, yes, true. And if he wins, I will mail him a book, but it won't be that book. It'll be something weird.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. How to shit in the woods.
Stuffed ferret. No, but anyways, but yeah, if you guys haven't already, check out Kevin's YouTube channel. Subscribe to that. Hit that bell notification because he posts very, very often, and you won't be disappointed. I'm sure most people in here know of Kevin already, so you know the quality of the videos that he puts out. Don't forget to subscribe to Canoehound Adventures as well. We're a growing channel. We hope for better things in the near future. And I'll do the crazy Ann thing right in the ear.
Oh no!
Stay
back, stay back.
Okay. Anyways,
None of that.
to let you know, in 2 weeks' time, we have a young lady that's coming on the show. Her name is Millie Grace. She's from New Zealand, and this girl is 14 years old. She is an outdoors. I will say an outdoors person, but she's very, very, very good with bushcraft, and she's. To me, I find her quite amazing. I really do. I've been following her for a long time on Instagram. She's got her YouTube channel, which is not very large yet, but we can hope that grow for her. But you guys will be amazed. So make sure you tune in 2 weeks' time. Sometime during the week this week, I will post on the new Facebook page for Canoehound's Outdoor Adventures what we'll be doing next week. But please do participate. And great having you guys all on panel. Thanks very much. And I just want to say thanks once again to Kevin. You were awesome tonight. Thanks.
No, you got a great community. Keep it up. Keep the motivation going. Keep the enthusiasm going. And Avid Outdoors, seriously, like tell a joke once in a while.
Yeah.
Watch my videos. I tell plenty of jokes in my videos. I'm told I'm a funny guy.
Oh, you are? Actually, I'm just joking. Yeah, very good.
Actually, I think Keith and I are planning maybe an ISO trip in Algonquin. Hopefully that'll transpire.
Yeah.
We'll be talking on that. Yep. Kevin, here's a toast to you. Oh, yeah. Anybody else that's in the chat, cheers to you.
Cheers.
Have yourself a great night. And remember, people, keep the adventures alive.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis.
Have a good one,
Kevin. See ya.
Bye.
Night, Kevin.